Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and dignitaries. It is with great honor and excitement that I welcome you to the inauguration of Technopark Phase-1 facility. It all started with Ministry of Education, Government of India, sanctioning the establishment of research parks in IITs to develop indigenous R&D capabilities, boost industry-academia partnerships, and strengthen the research ecosystem in the country. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey towards innovation, collaboration, and technological advancement as Technopark completes 5 years. So, as we gather here amidst the backdrop of progress, we celebrate not just the physical infrastructure, but the spirit of creativity and ingenuity that it embodies. Technopark Phase 1 is more than just a facility. It's a testament to our collective vision for the future, a future driven by cutting edge technology, entrepreneurship, and sustainable growth. With great pleasure, I would like to extend a warm invitation to you for the inauguration of the Technopark Phase 1 building. We are extremely delighted to welcome Professor Abhay Karandikar, esteemed Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, as our honored chief guest, and Sri Avnish Kumar Avasti, Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Uttar Pradesh, as our guest of honor. Equally joined by our esteemed Board of Directors, Technopark IIT Kanpur, local industry officials, and the entire IIT community present here. Today's event comprises of a workshop on industry-academia collaborations, challenges, and opportunities, followed by a panel discussion on the role of technoparks in furthering industry-academia partnerships. So, as we proceed with the event, I would invite Professor Ganesh, Director IIT Kanpur, and Chairperson, Board of Directors, Technopark IIT Kanpur, on the dais. Please, sir. And I would request Professor Ganesh to felicitate our honorable chief guest, Professor Abhay Karandikar, with a token of appreciation. On the dais, please. And I would also request our honorable guest of honor, Mr. Sri Avanish Kumar Avasti, to take the dais for the felicitation. So now I would request Professor Ganesh to felicitate Professor Abhay Karandikar. Now I would request Professor Ganesh to felicitate Sri Avanish Kumar Avasti. Now I would request Professor Tarun Gupta, Dean of Research and Development, IIT Kanpur, to come to the stage and felicitate Professor Ganesh, Director, IIT Kanpur, and Chairperson of the Board of Directors, Technopark, IIT Kanpur. Now I would request Professor Amarendra K. Singh, Professor in Charge, Technopark IIT Kanpur, to facilitate our esteemed Board of Directors of Technopark IITK. Professor Tarun Gupta, Dean of Research and Development. Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Professor G.M. Kamath, esteemed board member, Technopark IIT Kanpur, to please come on stage, and Professor Amarendra K. Singh to felicitate Professor Kamath. Thank you so much, everyone. Have your seats. So now it's time for the welcome address. It's now my privilege to invite Professor S. Ganesh, Director IIT Kanpur, whose insights are poised to enlighten us in his welcome address.
warm welcome. Launch of the Phase-1 facility of Technopark. I'd like to thank Sir Abhay Karandikar, the Chief Guest, current Secretary of Department of Science and Technology, for agreeing to be here and launch this facility. And also our guest of honor, Sri Avastiji, for gracing occasion. He has been part of this activity for a long time, and indeed it's a great honor to have him here. Uh, all my colleagues who have been here and the members of the Technopark, all the companies and everyone who have been part of this initiative. I would like to welcome everyone. It's a great occasion because I remember I was a dean research and development when we submitted this proposal for setting up the Technopark. Earlier it was called as, when the proposal went, it is called as SNT Park, Science and Technology Park, to the Ministry of Education, and we defended and we got the grant, and we launched sort of the entire activity. And then we formed a Section 8 company, that is what we call as Technopark, and it has completed 5 years this year, and it's indeed a great occasion. I would like to also thank Professor Karandikar, because he has been part of this from the beginning, the Technopark, and the facility that we have, it has come up beautifully. A lot more to do, but it's indeed a great facility, because the Technopark was sort of functioning from a transit facility, but to really realize the potential that the institute has in terms of having an industry academia collaboration, and how we can house the R&D facilities of the industry for the benefit of the industrial community and the society at large. We have put together this facility, and it's indeed a great occasion to have the first phase. And I would like to place on record the efforts of the Dean of Infrastructure and Planning, the office, entire office, including the Dean, and the CPWD, IWD, the entire team of Institute Works Department, in making this facility functional and making it a reality. I mean, this is indeed a great occasion. I'm sure this would catalyze the growth of the Technopark in a very different scale, and we would soon sort of fill in the entire facility, and we'll go for phase 2. I mean, that indeed is the focus, and we have really found a very good opportunity to collaborate with many industries, and many have come in, and we do hope that the facility is fully functional and fully sort of used, and there is a need for expansion within a year or so. The idea of Technopark is to promote the industry academia interaction. Therefore, there's a fantastic model, although there's what you call as a rental model, but as many of you know, that rental model, there is an incentive for people to engage with the institute in many different ways. More the engagement, lesser the rental that they pay. I mean, that's the incentive that we offer. And we do have such Technopark-like concepts and facilities in other institutes, but Kanpur is very unique. For a reason, the companies that come to the Technopark of IIT Kanpur come for the expertise that we have and the expertise that others don't have. That is the differentiator for this particular facility, and I'm extremely grateful and thankful to all the industry who found value in having their R&D set up here, and trusting the entire ecosystem, because that is something that is going to really change the way the institute engages with in the industry, and how industry could benefit from the expertise that is available here. And I welcome you all, and this workshop that is planned is going to really help in understanding the gaps that we have in terms of expectation from the institute and expectation from the industry, and how we can really bridge the gap and make this a real success story. Therefore, the country at large can benefit from the expertise of both the industry and the academia. And I welcome you all once again, and thank our chief guest and guest of honor for being with us, and again also thank the Technopark team for putting together the entire one-day event. Thank you once again for being with us. Welcome again.
Thank you so much, Professor Ganesh, for that motivating deliberation, which has set a visionary tone for the future of Technopark. We are extremely grateful to you for your unflinching continual support. Now it is time for our guest of honor, Mr. Avanish Avasti. An IIT Kanpur alumnus, 1985 batch, he is prominently known for his pioneer work done for the upliftment of disabled persons during his stint as a joint secretary in the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. Mr. Sri Avasti has worked at the Uttar Pradesh government in multiple roles, such as district magistrate. He held the position of chairman and managing director of Uttar Pradesh Power Corporation Limited from September 2005 to January 2009. In 2017, he took charge as the principal secretary of UP Chief Minister, Government of India. Let us give a warm welcome to Sri Avanish Avasti.
Good morning. To be back at your alma mater and then to felicitate dear friend Professor Karandikar. It's a great honor and I feel overjoyed and overwhelmed to be here. So right away I would like to first of all welcome as well as congratulate Professor Karandikar to become the Secretary Science and Technology. And IIT Kanpur has given the Secretary Science and Technology. I am sure Prime Minister Modi's 2047 Viksit Bharat का जो संकल्प है, I am sure that would see the stamp of IIT Kanpur on the proposal for the entire country, and I congratulate and wish him all the best. I would like to thank Professor Ganesh for having sent me the invite to come back to your alma mater. It's always a joy, and of course, I have been very actively part of your development in the last 4-5 years, where wherever we wanted help from IIT Kanpur, we got it. And I would like to congratulate Professor Marneendra Agarwal also. He's not here today. I spoke to him yesterday. He was the one who helped us in the entire COVID campaign. And it was IIT Kanpur's software which helped us to provide for oxygen in the entire state. And it is because of IIT Kanpur, which I can say, we could save a lot of oxygen which was being supplied to our state, and that was what saved lives of people. And we, from the government of UP, are always indebted to you for that. I spoke to my Chief Minister yesterday evening when I told him that I'm going to IIT Kanpur. He wished Professor Karandikar all his best wishes, and of course he's always positive towards IIT Kanpur. I would like to right away, first of all, congratulate the entire team for the Techno Park, which has completed 5 years, and you are coming into your new building and campus. The very first sight of this campus makes you feel that you are in a modern campus and you are in a living campus. You are in a campus where lots of achievements will happen. So I wish you all the best. There are 3 or 4 issues on which I would like to just highlight. One, Professor Karandikar had initiated the process of help for the Gangwal Medical School. So I would like to tell you that for the first time, a budgetary provision has now been made in the state government's medical education budget, and professors from IIT Kanpur are already in touch, and we hope that soon after the elections, a cabinet decision will ensure that the first phase of the support from the state government comes to you. I was also part of the defense corridor. Very recently, with the Chief Minister, we flew into the defense corridor at Kanpur, and we were part of the team which inaugurated the ammunition plant at IIT Kanpur, and close to IIT Kanpur in the defense corridor. And I'm sure the defense area is also one area where a lot of work can be done through the institutions like IIT Kanpur. IIT Kanpur has been the leading light in innovation. So this is another area where one can work. I also saw a news item day before yesterday that BrahMos missiles are now being given to Philippines, and BrahMos missiles manufactured in India. And you would be very happy to know that we in the defense corridors have also started the work for the second phase of BrahMos missile at Lucknow, where the defense minister himself was very keen to take that forward. So there are any number of areas and high-tech areas where a lot of work can be done. Very recently, I was in the Ram Temple inauguration, the Pran Pratishtha, and I met Tata Sons chairman, Mr. Chandrasekharan, I just mentioned to him that we are very keen to take up employment for youth in UP through the high-tech areas. And I'm happy to inform you that Tata's and TCS Foundation has sanctioned 48 crores for us for a new center of excellence at Kanpur. And the idea basically is to develop artificial intelligence. The idea is to develop space technology. Idea is to develop 3D printing. Idea is to develop all the cutting edge areas. And these companies are also very positive about UP now. So given all of this, we should and we would like to push Uttar Pradesh towards the target of Yogi ji's $1 trillion economy. And I'm sure IIT Kanpur will play a major role in this. Once again, I would like to congratulate the entire team of Technopark for having strived to take this forward. And I'm sure that your Technopark, Abhi Professor Saab was saying about the gene research, and you have companies where earlier when I was here, MOUs were signed. Obviously, very active companies should be made partners in your progress so that things come out and they are actually at the usable side on the ground. Finally, I would also like to tell you that we have been pushing for a new institution, again a Section 8 company in the state government, just like BIRAC, which is there in Government of India in your ministry. So this Section 8 company will come very soon after the elections, and this will be in the area of pharma and pharmaceutical research and innovation. So we would need partners in the future to take things forward. This institution has been called Promote Pharma, and very soon it will be launched. So I will say that since we in the state of Uttar Pradesh look towards IIT Kanpur as the leading light, we would again come back to you for support and help and taking things forward. So once again, thank you for calling me here. This is a great initiative for the industry academia collaboration. I am sure the young people here will push it. And I would also like to congratulate Reema Mittalji, the Chief Operating Officer of Technopark, who has very kindly, all of you have organized such a beautiful program on this morning. It's election time, and Kanpur today is seeing elections. UP today is seeing elections, but post-elections, I'm sure we will have a big function again in whatever fashion possible for the new areas in which we need to work upon. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that outstanding deliberation. It was really great to know the initiatives taken by UP government for the development of research and innovation at our esteemed institution. We look forward to having your guidance and support as we move forward. It is with great honor that I invite our esteemed professor in charge, Professor Amarendra K. Singh. Professor Singh has been a distinguished faculty in the Department of Material Science and Engineering, IIT Kanpur, since 2015. Before joining IIT Kanpur, Professor Singh was associated with Tata Research Development and Design Center, TCS Innovation Labs, where he led integrated computational materials engineering and computational fluid dynamics-based research. Professor Singh's leadership since February 2023 has been instrumental in shaping Technopark's journey towards innovation and excellence. Please, sir.
Welcome to all of you, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Abhay Karandikar ji, Secretary, DST, Government of India, our guest of honor, Shri Avnish Awasthi ji, Advisor, Chief Minister, UP Government, our Officiating Director, Professor Ganesh, Board of Directors, Professor Tarun Gupta, Professor Kamath, and our other distinguished speakers at this event, Madam Karandikar ji, for bringing us here with her presence. I would also like to thank our resident and pioneer members who have all been part of our journey, Laurus Labs, TVS Signaling. We have guests coming from Jindal Steel, HAL, CII members, officials, our students, distinguished members from our ecosystem, and Technopark officials and staffs. On behalf of all of us at Technopark, on behalf of our director, Professor Ganesh, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you for joining this inauguration function and subsequent events that we have planned today. Professor Karandikar led the foundation stone for this building and set up the vision for Technopark that it should be an industrial hub and industry interface for IIT Kanpur. And it is fitting that he is inaugurating this Phase-1 facility, and in future it will take industry academia collaboration to a greater height. Also, I would like to mention here that we have received continued support, encouragement from Sri Avnish Awasthi ji, and it was his support that led to the DTIS facility that two of them have come IIT Kanpur way, and they are being set up at Technopark, one in US and another in communication. And this defense infrastructure will be open for testing facility for different defense units for their equipments and products that they will make. Okay. So thank you for your continued encouragement and support, sir. Okay. We have Phase-1 facility which has got around 2.5 lakhs of built up area, out of which 1.5 lakhs are for the industrial offices and facilities. And we have the resident models that you are seeing. So big example of that is our Loras lab taking one entire floor on in this facility, and also setting up with huge investment, taking invention at our lab to a pilot scale, and then have a vision to industrialize in the future. So that's how we see how technoparks can be utilized. And we have one entire floor taken at this technopark by C3I Hub, which works on the cyber security part of it. We have DTIS facility coming up, resident companies that are part of Technopark now, and many more companies are joining us in our journey. We also have another model. This is a resident model. We also have another model which we call pioneered model, and which is a virtual model. And JK Cements are great example of that model. They have become a virtual partner with Technopark, and they have many projects being done at IIT Kanpur through this partnership with Technopark. Okay. I think that it is the journey that we have taken, and it is time that we should have the effort of all the former PICs who have contributed to it, Professor Avinash Agrawal and Professor G.M. Kamath, who have taken this journey, and I have been given this responsibility only recently, since last year. And we laud their effort for taking it to the heights that it has reached actually. We also take opportunity to thank all the past members who have contributed to the journey of Technopark, and of course current members who are tirelessly working towards its growth and facility. Okay. So we would like in both the cases, resident members as well as pioneer members, one common theme that we have is that we have a strong partnership with our faculties actually. You will find that in all the member companies that we have a mentor or many mentors, faculty mentors who are participating with our industry. Without that, this model will not work, and that is the unique feature of our Technopark, I would say. We have a well laid out reward system, we call it Coin, which has given us that how do we interact in various phases, how do we interact with the ecosystem, with our facilities, and also with our students actually. So we take this opportunity to inform all of you that we are here for facilitating industries, academia collaboration with IIT Kanpur, and we would like to also take this opportunity for many prospective members to join Technopark in coming future. Okay. So with these few words, I thank all of you once again for joining and looking forward to your continued support for the success of Technopark. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Singh, for your insightful discourse. We are genuinely happy to have amongst us Mrs. Ganesh, and we would like to felicitate her. And for that, I would request Ms. Rima Mittal, Chief Operating Officer of Technopark, to do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and pride that I extend a heartfelt invitation to the visionary architect behind the inception of Technopark IIT Kanpur, Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, for the keynote address.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ganesh, Shri Avnish Avasthi ji, advisor to the Honorable CM, Professor Amren Singh, all the distinguished faculty members of IIT Kanpur, the industry colleagues who are part of the Technopark, the entire Technopark team members, IIT Kanpur staff, and the community. Let me extend a very warm delight and welcome to all of you, because it is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to be a part of the inauguration of this Technopark, whose ideas were sown when I was the director of IIT Kanpur. And it is also a great coincidence that we have Sri Avnish Avasthi ji along us, because we held a number of discussions with him when he was the chief of the UP Expressway Industrial Development Authority, and in his role as as a chair of that, and subsequently several other important roles that he played in the UP government. It was indeed a pleasure to have those discussions with him and to outline the vision of the Technopark. 5 years ago, when we were envisioning the Technopark, the biggest challenge before us was, as you know, that the idea of the Technopark is to invite the industry to set up their R&D labs and infrastructure on the campus to enhance the industry academia collaborations to the next level. And at that time, the biggest challenge was that unlike in IIT Madras or in IIT Bombay, that is the cities of Chennai or Mumbai or Delhi, it was a great question mark whether we would have the industries come to Kanpur first, and then to IIT Kanpur. And as all of you know, that over the years, over the 5 years, the scenarios in the state of Uttar Pradesh has changed completely. The state has transformed in many ways. One, of course, significantly improved infrastructure. Particularly, I will point out the road infrastructure, which has improved significantly. Now, from IIT Kanpur to Delhi, you can go on the expressway in 5 hours. Also, we have the air infrastructure that is coming up. We did not have any air connectivity in Kanpur, and now you have an airport at Kanpur. And a very conducive environment of enabling government policies and coupled with the infrastructure has now transformed the state in a way where large number of industries and companies are really vying to set up their facilities, including their manufacturing plants and R&D facilities in various parts of the state. And it is therefore a golden opportunity for IIT Kanpur Technopark to take advantage of that and invite the industry to set up their R&D on the campus of IIT Kanpur in this Technopark. In that context, therefore, after 5 years, I am not only just hopeful but pretty confident that this infrastructure that we have set up in Technopark will soon be, you know, uh, inadequate because the demands will be much higher, and IIT Kanpur will soon have to look for additional funding to set up additional infrastructures to cater to the demands that we will see in the coming years. Uh, Now, as I think Mr. Avasti mentioned about the defense corridor, in the defense corridor, IIT Kanpur was always a knowledge partner, and we have been interacting with not only with the UP government but with many industries. As you know, that the government of Uttar Pradesh is also setting up a medtech park, and it will be also a great opportunity for IIT Kanpur again to take advantage of that and see whether, you know, some of the industries which are working in medical devices, technologies and all can be diverted instead of that medtech park from, you know, Noida region to the city of Kanpur. Finally, various centers of excellence which are there in IIT Kanpur, which are working in various areas such as flexible electronics, cyber security, blockchain, materials, aerospace. Uh, we see a great opportunity in the coming years for synergizing industry academia collaboration, leading to joint technology development and making our country, you know, self-reliant or atmanirbhar in various key sectors of technology and economy. So once again, thank you very much for making me a part of this today. It is indeed nostalgic and also a great moment for me to see this concept coming to fruition. But I must say that 5 years ago, when I was a little skeptical, I do see a great confidence here, given actually the fact that not only the environment in the state has transformed, but also in the institute, we are having faculty members more and more interacting with the industry. So my best wishes to the Technopark. I hope that in the coming years, this will be a benchmark for taking the industry academia collaboration to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Karandikar. Your vision has always illuminated our path towards a future brimming with endless possibilities. And I would like to mention here is that before joining DST, Professor Karandikar served as a director of IIT Kanpur from 2018 to 2023. And so he has been the maestro whose foresight has woven the threads of innovation and excellence into the very fabric of our institution. Thank you so much, Professor Karandikar. Now I welcome Ms. Reema Mittal, the Chief Operating Officer of Technopark IIT Kanpur, to express our collective appreciation and deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest, Guest of Honor, Director IIT Kanpur, Chairperson Technopark Board, Board of Directors Technopark, Deans, Industry Representatives, Delegates and Participants. It is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of today's event. 5 years ago in 2019, we started this journey under the aegis of Professor Abhay Karandikar, our chief guest today, who was then the director of IIT Kanpur. And I think it was his unflinching belief in the vision of the research parks that paved way to the inception of Technopark. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion and making it all the more special. Special thanks to Sri Avanish Avasthiji, who has always been extremely supportive to IIT Kanpur, and we really look forward to receiving your guidance and support in inching closer to our goals. We are immensely grateful to our director, Professor Ganesh, who is also the chairperson of the Board of Directors, Technopark. We immensely value your leadership. Your support and guidance at every step of our journey has been incredibly valuable. Thank you, sir. Thank you to the Technopark board members, Professor Tarun Gupta, Dean R&D, Professor Gopal Kamath, Mr. Lalit Jalan, for your continuous support and encouragement. Unfortunately, Mr. Jalan couldn't join us due to his ill health. If we are standing here today and celebrating this important milestone, it is because of the relentless efforts and hard work of scores and scores of people. We express our heartfelt gratitude to the Dean Research and Development, Professor Tarun Gupta, Dean Infrastructure and Planning, Professor Samit Ray Chaudhary, Dean of Digital Infrastructure and Automation, Professor Nishant Nair, Dean of Resources and Alumni, Professor Kantesh Bilani, Dean of Academic Affairs, Professor Shalab, and their respective teams. A very special thanks to the team personals from the CPWD, IWD, and Computer Center, who are the real force behind this event today. A very special thanks. Without the willingness and participation of the industry, our vision cannot be achieved. They are an important stakeholder in this endeavor. We express our gratitude to all our member companies who are here with us today. That's TVM Signaling and Transportation Systems. We have Loris Labs, we have Sky AI, we have Geoclimate Risk Solutions, a lot of companies with us. We express a heartfelt gratitude to you and a lot of industry people, local industry, Mr. Sonal Pandey, Indian Industries Association. We are also expecting people from CII and IUP. We'll continue to work closely with the industry and seek your support to expand our footprints. We are extremely thankful to all of you here. As far as my experience goes, you need a strong vision and a highly charged team who believes in that vision wholeheartedly and is willing to push boundaries and come out of the comfort zones to achieve this vision. And it all started with Professor Avinash Agarwal and then Professor Gopal Kamath, who served as the professors in charge during their time with Technopark. And currently, the professor in charge, Professor Amrendra Kumar Singh. His years of rich industry experience, along with his technical prowess, is shaping Technopark as a real industry academia R&D hub. A big thanks to my incredibly power-packed team at Technopark, Dr. Piyashi Malik, Dr. Shivani Vinay, Mr. Prashant, Anil ji, and then Suraj. And a very, very thank you to you all for making it a success. Thank you everyone here for taking time out to join us today and making this event a huge success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rima. And we, as an entire team of Technopark, thank you for your outstanding support and unflinching confidence. So, as we draw this formal segment of our event to a close, please join us for a delightful high tea experience followed by an exclusive tour around this exquisite new facility. So before moving to the high tea and exclusive tour, we would like to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries and board members and chief guest and guest of honor. So for that, I would request Professor Tarun Gupta, Dean R&D, to felicitate our esteemed chief guest, Professor Ganesh. I'm extremely sorry.
That's okay. So I think before we break for the high tea, we would request, we would like to felicitate our chief guest as well as the guest of honor. So I'll request Professor Ganesh to felicitate our chief guest for today's program, Professor Karandikar. And now I'll request Professor Ganesh to felicitate Shri Avnish Awasthi ji. I will request Professor Singh to felicitate our director and also the chairperson, board member, Technopark, Board of Directors, Technopark. Professor Singh, I'll now request you to felicitate Professor Kamath, who is our board member. And I will request Professor Singh to felicitate Professor Tarun Gupta, who is also our board member, Technopark, and also the Dean, Research and Development. Thank you so much, and sorry for that little.
Extremely sorry for the inconvenience. So please do join us for a delightful high tea experience, followed by an exclusive tour around this exquisite new facility. We also have some exhibits from our member companies outside, and therefore please take this opportunity to network, share ideas, and forge new connections.
We will also request all of you to please gather in the auditorium, in the reception area for a group pic. Thank you.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the facility tour and the high tea. As we transition into the session 1 of our workshop on industry academia collaborations, challenges and opportunities, we are extremely delighted to welcome our esteemed speakers whose insights promise to illuminate new pathways forward. For this session, we have Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Professor Sandeep Shukla, and Dr. Rajaram Iyer as the speakers, and Professor Gopal Kamath, Head Aerospace Engineering Department IIT Kanpur and Board of Directors Technopark IITK, will be chairing this session. Please, speakers and chairperson, please take the dais.
So, good morning, everyone. Welcome session. It's my thanks to the Technopark team for giving me this privilege of chairing this session. We have some very, very eminent speakers. So I'm looking forward to hearing from them. Begin with my great pleasure and privilege to invite Professor Ashutosh Sharma. He's an institute chair professor and C.V. Sheshadri chair professor at the Department of Chemical Engineering here at IIT Kanpur. He's also the founding coordinator of the DST Thematic Unit of Excellence of Soft Nanofabrication. He's also the chairman of Center for Environmental Science and Engineering at IIT Kanpur. He's best known for his pioneering research work in the areas of colloids, thin films, interfaces. Professor Sharma has been the recipient of numerous accolades for his research contributions, including the very prestigious Infosys Prize in Engineering and Computer Science, the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award in Engineering Sciences, just to name a few. Professor Sharma's leadership at IIT Kanpur has helped propel the institution's reputation as a hub for cutting-edge research and innovation in engineering science. So, welcome to you, Professor Sharma.
Good morning. May I request that we decrease the temperature, or not decrease, increase the temperature a little bit, maybe a couple of degrees, 2.5 degrees would be good to begin with. You see, this is all about sustainability and stuff. And if the top technology institute of the country is not worried about that, then there is something missing there. I'm very happy to be here, talk about industry, academia, cooperation, if you would. Now, this is a very old beast, so I must tell you that the first time I heard about it was sometime in the late 80s. There was a conference here, right here in IIT Kanpur, where the chief guest was Ratan Tata. A book was produced based on that, all the deliberations that went on there about the industry academia cooperation. If I were to open that book today, many of the things that were being discussed back then are being discussed now. So what is it that that is so difficult about the subject? So there are very few points that I would like to make as to why industry and academia, especially in India, are orthogonal to each other, sometimes 180-degree out of phase with each other. And this is not about criticism, it's not about analysis, but it's about understanding what the problems are, and therefore we can actually start addressing them. If we don't know what the problem is, we cannot address it. So anyway, to look at what the problems are, I mean, there's some kind of stuff. This must be my 30th meeting or 37th meeting on industry, academia, cooperation. So I don't want to repeat the same things that go on everywhere. And so I was taking help of ChatGPT. And they tell me about professors. They say, why did professor bring a letter to the lecture? Because he heard the class was going to be on a higher level. ChatGPT joke, huh? Not mine. I do better than this. Then is a joke related to industry. How many people here from industry? Hey, that's fantastic. So I say, why did the banker switch to banking? Because he lost interest in the banking industry. That's a bad one. But anyway, whatever it is. So, okay, then I wanted to test further the skills of ChatGPT, the insights into academia, the industry cooperation. They say, hey, I gave some keywords and write me a little poem. So it says, in a world of suits and ties so tight, where industry rules with all its might. I don't see any ties, suits. You guys are not CEO, right? But you will get there, and then you will have all this stuff, right? Tie and suit and everything else. Academia sits with books in hand, yearning to bridge the gap to understand. So you see, academia is all about creating knowledge. Industry is all about using that knowledge. Now, these are orthogonal systems because the skills that you need for each of these jobs are really entirely different. So often, so I was also Secretary Science and Technology for about 7 years. And when you're Delhi, you often hear, hey, how weak our science is. So when people say our science is weak, actually what they're not really looking at, they're not looking at the production of science, creation of science, which is done in places like IITs, which is done in CSIR labs, which is done everywhere else. What they have in mind is translation of that science into opportunities. So this is what innovation is. And now one of the things which have happened, which have happened in last 10 years, is basically making some kind of compatibility between knowledge and money. In 2015, when I walked into DST, there were less than 100 registered startups. Today, there are 1.25 lakhs. In fact, one of the first things I did there is to increase the budget for innovation startups by 500% in the first year. So the program that came in at that time was called Nidhi, has been very successful, setting up incubators, supporting startups and so on. Whole point is this. So a startup, which is a new entity, basically is one of the ways in which knowledge and money find harmony. So if you think about invention ecosystem is this black box in which money flows in and knowledge flows out. Innovation ecosystem, industry, another black box in which knowledge flows in and money flows out. Now, this has not been perfect because, as we know, in India especially, it is not what you know that matters, but who you know. So there's been a very long-standing model of doing business. That's all changing. And so as the economy becomes knowledge economy, when it becomes knowledge economy, when you have to compete the world over, whether it is AI, whether it's cyber physical, whether it's quantum technology, what have you, even hydrogen economy, that's when knowledge kicks in, and that's when the translation of knowledge happens spontaneously. Now, there's no point saying, hey, industry is not doing it. Of course, they're not doing it because they see no value in it. I mean, if you look at the rate of interest in this country, it's much easier to buy technology than to develop it. Now, at the end of it, there is no guarantee that you are going to get technology at the end of it. So all these problems are there. Now, anyhow, so we said, look, while we create knowledge, industry consumes that knowledge, and the weakness of our ecosystem in science is not so much creation of knowledge, but knowledge created with direction and relevance. So now this direction and relevance, of course, doesn't come from this great university XYZ of the world. So mostly brilliant professors, they want their peer recognition. We want the next award. We want the next paper and so on. So it's no point saying, look, let's look at MSME, let's look at this, let's look at that, because my ecosystem and my reward system is entirely different from what happens in industry. And of course, the industry, on the other hand, it doesn't, has much value for knowledge which is not already very mature, right? So I'll come to that in a moment. And of course, that there is a whole lot of this lost in translation syndrome because we really speak the same language, but we speak different language totally. And the worldview that we have about the world is so orthogonal to each other, if you would. See, when I talk to people in industry and companies and corporate and so on, they're all the time talking about the work-life balance, right? So now I thought a lot about it. I say, what's work-life balance? Because life comes first and work is a part of it, isn't it? But that's not a problem in academia because everybody is sleeping the whole day. Okay, so there is no neither work, it's all life and the life that you want to lead. Okay, that there is no boss, that there is no hierarchy, that there is nobody telling you, hey, this is what you need to do at the end of the day. So these are very different systems if you were to look at their culture, if you were to look at their the way of operating and so on. So the next stanza of the poem that I wrote with the help of ChatGPT, industry says profit is our goal, efficiency and growth, that's our role. Academia muses, knowledge is the key, research and learning will set us free. See? Very different way of thinking. Now the next one says, but oh, the roadblocks that stand in their way, like mismatched objectives, they lead to dismay. Intellectual property, a tangled mess, leaves them both in a state of stress. Of course, having a very clear understanding of how IPR is going to be shared, what is the prior knowledge when you connect with the industry, you say, look, this is what I already have. Okay, so don't come fighting next day saying, no, no, this is all done together. So we have to have a very good disclosure of where we stand on both sides and what is it that we are going to be doing together and how we would actually be sharing it. Cultural differences as well so high, yet they must learn to reach the sky. Funding constraints, resources thin. Oh, what a pickle they find themselves in. So that we of course know that there are constraints on resources as well as human resources and so on. Bureaucracy and red tape, a never-ending chore. They dream of collaboration, but what is it all for? Time constraints from time constraints loom, a constant fight, yet together they must with all their might. So industry and academia hand in hand strive to create a wondrous land where knowledge meets innovation in a beautiful blend. Oh, industry academia collaboration, may you never end. Poem ended. Anyway. Okay. You see, we all know what these issues are. So now how to make the progress on them? It's like you have all these meetings on how to empower women scientists and so on. And I've been hearing that for 30 years, same ideas. Okay, but it never goes anywhere, right? Because people come, they state the problem as a three-body problem, pati, patni, or wo is the mother-in-law. Okay, I mean, or something like that. But anyway, so point is that we must now, having understood what the problems and weaknesses are, what is it that we do about it? What we do about it, okay, I'm looking from the side of academia, okay, and we can also look from the side of industry, and of course we have to look together. So you see, another thing that has happened today is the speed of innovation in industry, in the cutting edge technology is so much faster than in academia. So sometimes you used to say, look, academia is the powerhouse of creating knowledge. That's not true anymore. So if you look at machine learning, if you look at AI, look at all of this stuff, it's all happening in private sector. Okay, professors just cannot keep up with it one bit. So what is the solution? Of course, if you know in the US, any top professor in AI also works for Google, works for any of these companies, Microsoft and so on. And this is the accepted norm that you would be a vice president here and you would be a senior professor there, right? Just like what happened in the case of medicine at some point. So you see, a professor of medicine in a university is also a practicing doctor. So unless we are going to do this together, there's no point just saying, look, I'm going to give you theoretical knowledge, and this theoretical knowledge does not change in classical areas like chemical engineering, even in 50 years. When I was doing BTech here, I had the same text that I'm teaching today. Okay, with some kind of, spiced up stuff and all that, that's fine. So if we are going to be moving with the times, then the professors have to be also totally integrated, if you would, in the cutting edge industry of their area. Now, this is possible in certain IITs. It's not happening at large in the country. Even in IITs and so on, it's not very common, okay, to have something like this. It's not even common for a professor to have a company, to have a startup. Of course, IITs provide that flexibility. But if you were to look at the ecosystem at large in the country, look at CSIR, look at DST institutions, look at state universities, what have you. If you do this, if a professor did that, he'll go to jail. Okay, I guarantee you that. Right? So it's a very conservative society. We don't understand the value of Saraswati and Lakshmi working together. We kind of separated these two aspects, and we said, look, if I'm worshipping Saraswati, then Lakshmi is just very ugly for me, and the other way around. So the fact is that the sustainability of society and knowledge requires that Saraswati and Lakshmi work together for the good of their own good, I mean, and for the good of each other. This is cultural. So the speed of innovation has become so critical, and this is not happening in academia. So joint industry appointments are very necessary. Like in medicine, now we have these professors of practice, right, in IITs, so we can get people from industry. That's happening, but even that's very conservative. So I know, for example, that professors of practice, they generally they land over here or somewhere else because they are somebody's friend, which is perfectly fine. I mean, I like friends, and what happens there. It's just that, are we getting all the right people? Are we actually doing it proactively rather than saying whoever comes to me is who I'm going to take? Um, so now you see that, of course, that government is doing some stuff. Let me give you an example. Now, what happened in academia is that where we talked about a center of excellence, it's called by many different names. It's called center for something or other, or it's called something. Basically, what it means, all these centers are very inward-looking entities. Right? What it means is me and 5 of my friends are going to monopolize all the resources, and of course that we would do our research, which is perfectly good. Don't forget that India has gone from number 10 in the world to number 3 in number of scientific publications in last 10 years. It's a huge growth. So what that means is our invention ecosystem is working well, but our innovation ecosystem and the connect between invention and innovation is not so strong. So it is a problem of interface. It's not so much the problem of this or that, but the silos, they don't connect together very strongly. They don't understand each other. So anyhow, so it says, look, so we need not only these kind of centers, which are inward looking, which only work in invention and discovery ecosystem, but they must have a very end-to-end connect and ecosystem. So give you an example. So when I was in DST, we started this mission on what is called cyber physical systems, which is AI by another name. There's also a very interesting story as to why it was not called AI mission, but cyber physical. But there was another ministry whose mandate it is to do AI. So they said, hey, how can you do it? I mean, we should do AI, but they were not prepared to do it, and we would have lost 5 years if we waited for them. So I said, okay, yeah, but we'll do cyber physical, not AI, but cyber physical, because physical DST can do. So that's fine. So now the architecture of those centers or hubs, and the one in IIT Kanpur is doing great, is very different from the other centers that were established by the government before. So what is it? We basically need two things. We need two things. We need not just basic research, but in the same place, by the same group that we do basic research, we identify what the problems of basic research are. Then we also take it to technology translation. We make products, we make technology, and also seed startups in those areas. So basically, it must be an invention ecosystem which is converting seamlessly into an innovation ecosystem in the same space. And so that is how all the hubs of cyber physical systems are operating as Section 8 companies with certain amount of flexibility in doing your stuff. And the board of each of these companies, ideally speaking, was told that they should have 1/3 members from industry, 1/3 from academia, and 1/3 from government line ministries who are also stakeholders in it. Not only that, all these hubs were also told that they can also do extramural funding in their area. Now, what does it mean? It means you don't have to look to ministry or SERB or somebody to do extramural funding, but because this hub should be an aggregator of knowledge and the needs in that particular area, they should actually understand what is actually needed. Ministries have no such knowledge. Okay, they are not competent actually to figure out what is needed to be funded. So idea was empower the hubs to be mini ministries of that particular area, which means they do everything, right? And they have the flexibility and money to do it, make MOUs with industry, not just take money from industry, but also give money to industry as may be required. So it was a very different kind of vision, if you would, to have a seamless ecosystem going from invention to innovation, integrating both the aspects. Now, having said that, um, I've also been appointed a blade runner for hubs of cyber physical systems. So I want to share some experiences. Everybody know what blade runner means, right? Is to terminate things that don't work. Okay, so you go out there with a blade ruthlessly, and then you evaluate things, assess them, and do course correction, which may be to even dissolve the hub. So now what happens is, what I want to focus on is the leadership in academia. So as a professor, I'm very good at knowing my own stuff, doing my own stuff, and complaining about all the stuff which is not happening, right? But when you say, look, you are empowered to take care of all of those things, right? So you say, look, you become the leader, and instead of complaining, you figure out what is wrong, and here is the money, and fix it, right? When that happens, people actually fail. So I know that these hubs, whole lot of them, they make the board which is made up of their friends. They may not have people from industry. They may not have people from government, right? So all of that happens, and that's a failure. Of course, a failure of the first generation. So every time you have a new experiment, it takes a bit of time for it to be internalized, if you would, and saying, hey, this is not business as usual. But anyhow, to kind of conclude this, what we need coming from the side of academia is an entity which A goes seamlessly from invention to innovation, and it allows all kind of activities that were to happen. It must be allowed to have a very good relation with industry, with corporate sector, not just saying, look, this is my property and you industry can partner with me. The whole idea was that this is a joint property. You see, so this is a leap. Okay, we say it's not that I'm the owner and you guys come and put a check on my table, then I'll let you work. That's the old model. So we must have a co-ownership of these kind of properties, if you would, which are created by taxpayers' money. So in order basically to benefit the nation as a whole. So that's one aspect of the story. I'll just tell you one more solution that we had thought of in DST, which has also taken roots, which is called Sathi centers. So these Sathi centers are basically, worth 100 crore each, 125 crore each, which has under the same roof a lot of resources, the hardware and so on, and the technical services which can be offered to MSMEs, to startups, and to industry. So it was in fact pointed out that about 75% of the time on these resources would be devoted for MSMEs, startups, and the industry. Again, while it has taken roots, but you know how it is. So a professor say, look, when we are setting up a Sathi center, so the committee of professors, they say, hey, what are the high-end equipment for research that we need? Okay, instead of saying, look, what the hell is the industry needs, right? We never go out. We say it's a waste of time. Okay, and I know that several Sathi centers which have been established, they say, oh, let's buy this 30 crore toy, huh? Which we are never going to get by any other means, right? So now you got 125 crore to play with. So let's get this 30 crore toy, this another 20 crore toy, whatever you got, which is perfectly fine. So now what I want to focus finally is that it's actually us who are failing ourselves, nobody else, right? So, and that requires a change in the vision and culture and direction. And it has to go from a mode which says, I'm not totally self-centered, right? So, I mean, while it is good to be self-centered, it's even better to have a definition of self which is larger than my body. Okay, so what is myself? Myself is of course, my family, my institute, my nation, my economy of the nation, and can we contribute to that? And the only way to contribute to it would be, look, the gulf between industry and academia. On some other day, I will talk about the culture of industry. But today, I have chosen only to look from the side of academia. My time is over. Anybody keeping time? Else, I can tell few more jokes. Or if you have any, I mean, it can be interactive session. If you have any questions, yeah, shoot. I just want to also tell you that there is nothing taboo here. Huh? You can ask anything you want. Absolutely. Feel free. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Here. Yeah, correct. Yeah. No, no. Why are you saying fund crunch? There is no fund crunch. It's a misunderstanding. If you are doing real research on it, come talk to me, and I'll tell you why there is no fund crunch. See, now what happens is every time you talk to academia and you say, what the hell is wrong with us? Why are we not producing leaders of science? Why are we always followers? Why is it that, this happens, that happens? The single solution that I hear, more money. But if X amount of money produce zero, 2X amount of money will produce zero, two zeros. Okay? So there is something wrong with the process. It's not something wrong with the input of money. Okay? So it's a very complicated issue that we can talk about at some other time. It's actually, it has to do with culture. Okay? It has behavioral aspects and culture. It has very little to do with resources. Look, when I joined IIT Kanpur in 1990, there were 6 PhD students in my department or 22 faculty members. The best grant that DST ever gave was like 2.5 lakh rupees. Okay. Some people complained and did nothing. Some people performed. And today, actually, it is 3 orders of magnitude better than those days. Let me tell you. So if we still complain about the same thing and say, look, it's the resource crunch which is holding us back, that's not true. I mean, that's part of the story, but it's a minor part of the story. If you are part of a state university, then this could be a major part of your story or narrative, but not in IITs anymore, right? So, okay, now you see there are two aspects of knowledge. So this is called push and pull, right? So as a professor, if I know that my knowledge has relevance and direction, then it will find better pull. Now the pull comes from the industry, obviously, right? So it's basically it's like a hydrogen bond. You may donate an electron, but if there is no taker for that electron, you will never form a bond. Okay, so if one of the ecosystems is very good, functioning very well, the other one is not, then you're not going to work together. Okay, but anyway, your question was? You see, so it's part of, see, reward system and the way of thinking in industry and academia are very different, right? So, it is basically, you see, this culture is changing. Like I said, for example, startups is a good example of that. The techno park in which we are sitting and talking all these things, another example of that. All of this is happening. But if you were to look at not just focus on IITs, which is a very small part of the nation, if you were to focus on all these 800 universities, 600 autonomous institutes working in science and technology in this country, right? Then you start to get the big picture. And you say, look, there is something very lacking. And what is lacking? A whole lot of that has to do with our culture and behavior. You see, there's a whole lot of negativity, for example, in our campuses. But you are from industry, right? You're doing PhD, right? There's a lot of negativity in PhD scholars, for example, right? So they are going, they get up every time, hey, let's just go to canteen here, let's hang around, drink tea for 3 hours, complain to each other, go home, right? Isn't that true? That's true for professors also, by the way. So when I joined here, okay, I said, what is the problem? All these oldies, they are not letting us grow. Let's drink some tea, waste some 3 hours. All right. Now that I'm the oldie, now I hear people saying all these young people, they are doing nothing, right? So what is constant in your life is actually complaints. The target of complaints keep changing over life, right? But what is common is, you see, you get into this negativity, you get into all this stuff, cultural aspects, lack of confidence, and so on. This is what actually holds us back. The energy which is required, that taking risk and so on, in saying, yeah, let me learn about industry. How do they operate? What happens there, right? Do I have time and resources and patience actually to be able to do it? So it is about both push and pull. I have not talked about the pull factor right now, because we are all sitting here in an academic institute, so we have to think about the push factor. Now, it is also true that a typical professor's life is very complicated and very busy, because you have to give lectures, then you have to raise money for your research, then you have to get PhD students, train them, then you have to attend conferences, then you have to get grants, and then you have to do networking, then you hope to become a fellow of something or other, then you want to get some award. It's a very complicated life. And on top of that, to say, okay, you also have to get out and work with the industry, most people say, what the heck for, right? So this is what happens. I mean, we have limited time and energy, and how you are going to actually cut that pie. But anyway, there are a whole lot more to it. You can write 10 books on all the stuff that we are discussing. Good luck to you. Good research for you. Yeah, all the best.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. Sorry, we
Thank
move
you
on.
so
Yeah,
much,
yeah.
Professor Ashutosh Sharma, and I would request Professor Kamath to felicitate Professor Sharma.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, Professor Sandeep Shukla. Professor Sandeep Shukla is professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, also the Joint Director of the National Interdisciplinary Center for Cybersecurity and Cyber Defense of Critical Infrastructure, which is known as the C3I Hub of IIT Kanpur. He is also the Joint Director of the National Blockchain Project funded by the PMO. Before joining IIT Kanpur, Professor Shukla served as a research faculty at University of California at Irvine and a professor of computer engineering at Virginia Tech, USA. His major research areas are cybersecurity, cyber resilient system design, risk assessment, and critical infrastructure security and blockchain. So, welcome to Professor Shukla. Floor is yours.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for listening to me, and thanks to Professor A.K. Singh for inviting me. So when he called me, he said that industry, while they are going to put their offices inside Technopark, or they want to work with our academic colleagues, they might be worried about the security of their data and their intellectual property, because there is too much cyber attacks, and there is possibility that things may leak out from here, and irrespective of where they leak out from, you might actually be subject to penalty as per the new Data Protection Act,
2023. And so what I am trying to convince you is that we have the best cybersecurity team, research team, as well as actual practical know-how of security and data protection in the country. And as Professor Sharma has mentioned, that thanks to this Technology Innovation Hub program that he spearheaded when he was at DST, we have the C3I Hub, which is a Technology Innovation Hub that he was talking about, whose job is not only to do internal facing activities, but do all-round activities, including funding startups, including translational research, working with the industry, as well as actually serve the industry for various cybersecurity related services. So hopefully very quickly through these slides, I'm going to show you some of the kind of glimpse of kind of things that we have been doing as C3I Hub, which is a DST funded Technology Innovation Hub. And as Professor Sharma has mentioned, that these hubs are created as Section 8 companies, 100% owned by IIT Kanpur, not necessarily profit making, because this is Section 8 company, but it has a company structure, it has board and CEOs and technology advisory board and so on and so forth. So Professor Manindra Agarwal and myself are the program directors in this program. And before C3I Hub started, we actually had, so if you look at this, here you see that before this we had on the left hand side 2015, 16, 17, 18 and 19, we had this C3I Center, which was a Science and Engineering Research Board, ACRB funded research center. And then so we kind of moved smoothly into these hub activities, except that in the center we were doing mostly research and training activities and some industry collaborations. But in the hub, it is our mission to do translational research and work with the industry, as well as serve the industry to raise extramural funding and so on. So what you are seeing here is some of the books that we came up with in the last few years, but that's not the major activity. The major activities here is obviously research, development, and deployment of cybersecurity solutions. So we are more focused towards invention, but more on innovation. And then we, whenever called upon, we provide cybersecurity services, and I'll talk about some of the examples. Then establish cybersecurity ecosystem by supporting R&D in other institutes. So we have so far funded 50 single PI or small scale, like 25 to 40 lakh 3-year proposals to various institutes in specific cybersecurity problems. We also have been doing co-development of cybersecurity solutions with various industry, and workforce development and training, which we were also doing as center. And then benchmark, this is a new activity we are planning to undertake, is to benchmark cybersecurity tools and technologies that our startups are coming up with, so that we can kind of give a sort of like a certification that this particular tool or technology is actually useful to the government or to other industry. And also we often serve as the think tank for cybersecurity and cybercrime threats in the country. So so one thing that if you and you can walk down if you want at some point in time to actually go to our lab. Actually our C3I Hub is actually going to be located in the 2nd floor of this building, and already we started operating from here. A couple of our employees are already here, but our major test beds and display of our security operations center is in the in a building down this road in front of here. So you can actually go and see. So this is our security operations center, and this is completely built from either our own homegrown components or open source components, and this is a open source SOC or security operations center with a full security incident and event management solution. So security operations center also, we have operations center not only for IT systems, but also for operational technology OT systems, like in manufacturing, because nowadays, like, if you are aware that last week the Chinese hackers were attacking the US water treatment plants and so on and so forth. So there has been a pretty large-scale attack on US power generation plants from Chinese actors and so on and so forth. So these kind of things, like OT Security Operations Center, security orchestration, SOAR, and we also have deception technology, honeypot solutions, and also among the activities that we are doing. So for example, right now we are in the process of building a security operations center for the Vilai steel plant. We already deployed our security operations center at the National Highway Authority headquarters, in the Indian Port Association, and one academic institute. And we are also developed this SOC, which goes beyond the standard SOCs that you can get in the market, like QRadar and so on. So the Security Operations Center, the first one, the top one is the IT SOC, and the bottom one is OT SOC. And the various components of the Security Operations Center, so asset and vulnerability management solution. So we have full asset and vulnerability management solution, and so you can actually have full visibility of all the cyber assets in your organization, including all the servers, laptops, the network devices, etc. And you can actually real time get idea about which one needs patching, which one new vulnerability has been reported on which one, and so on. And then you can actually get patched. You can also look at the events that are happening on those endpoints, so that you have a good idea. And the extensive use of AI and ML to actually make sense of what's happening, because if you have thousands of machines in your organization, you will certainly not be able to handle this manually, that by looking at on your console what is happening at each endpoints. You have to have automation. So that these are the screens for vulnerability management. We also have the ability to do intrusion detection at the host level, at the endpoint level, as well as at the network level. But this is where I was talking about the automation issues. We also have alert and case management. So we actually can have multiple use cases, so based on the various kinds of attacks that are happening nowadays. So when you have lots of events and lot of activities that are being collected at your security operations center, you want to make sense of that automatically through what we call a case-based reasoning. So this is what we are doing here. We also have extensive set of tools for malware analysis, which we have developed over last 7-8 years using AI and ML. So we have not only executable malware, but we also have malware that are in PDF and in the various other types of files, like JPEG files or any other kind of files, Word files and Excel files and so on and so forth. And then we also have the honeypot analysis tool. So we have deployed honeypots inside IIT Kanpur, as well as at various locations around the world using cloud. And then we collect threat intelligence. What are the different kinds of attacks that are going on and so forth. We also have the compliance management. So if your organization has to show that they are 27001 compliant, or they are compliant with GDPR, or they're compliant with any kind of guidelines, like power system guideline regulations are going to come in a few months. So we can do automation of that compliance management as well. These are some of our test beds. So we have power generation test beds. So it's down the street. If you wanted to go and check it out, it's power generation, distribution, transmission test bed. We have a water treatment plant test bed. We have industrial robotics as well as manufacturing test beds and so on. And these things have all these PLCs and SCADA and all those industrial automation equipments and software that are deployed at various locations in India. So we have found vulnerabilities in these things. So we have found vulnerabilities of criticality 9.8 even in some of these, which now are part of the National Vulnerability Database. So in a recent work that we have been discussing with the National Cybersecurity Coordinator's Office is the persistent threats from countries like China, from Russia. Russia is not so much in India, but China particularly, or Pakistan, or Iran, or North Korea, Vietnam. These are the places where we get most of the persistent threat actors who are coming into our systems and remaining persistent. So they are infiltrating these systems with malware and silently staying there, so that at an opportune moment they can actually do something as per the commands obtained from their command and control servers, which are also located in various other countries. For example, China never puts their command and control server in China. It's actually a cloud server is somewhere in the US or something. So we wanted to actually figure out a system by which we can actually track which APT groups or advanced persistent threat groups are actually targeting our infrastructure. So this was actually a very interesting project that we did for over 4 or 5 months between 2021 and 22, which is to create a completely fake organization called Institute of Pandemic Studies. In this fake organization, we had software-defined networking. We had many servers. The servers had fake MOUs or fake data, all this kind of stuff. So we created a full-fledged deception, and then we studied the kind of APT groups that come in, right? So APT groups will come in when there is some interesting data and so on. So actually, we found that so this was designed to actually capture certain APT groups belonging to China, but we got in actually number of APT groups, not the ones that we actually were designing it for, but we got other APT groups through this process. So another area where we have had very large-scale projects. So with the we had a almost 33 crore, actually 34 crore project with the National Cybersecurity Coordinator's Office called the National Blockchain Project. So in the National Blockchain Project, we have done two different things. One is application of blockchain technology for example, for data integrity, such as Karnataka government wanted us to do this land record registry data on blockchain, or we did a blockchain-based identity solution, which was eventually used for giving out degrees, certificates, etc., from IIT Kanpur and many other organizations and so on. The another issue that our police is often worried about is the ransomware demands and many other criminal activities, terrorist funding, the money laundering. These are happening with cryptocurrency. And cryptocurrency is supposedly pseudo-anonymous, which means that you cannot know, there is usually no KYC, etc. So you have to track the flow of the cryptocurrency, and that's where we developed a tool. And we have worked with these various police departments, and right now we got a new project for actually creating this tool to cover many other cryptocurrencies. Right now we are covering only 3 cryptocurrencies, and they want us to cover more. We also have a very strong group to actually do hardware security. So hardware security means that there are oftentimes you are depending on your phone for doing digital signatures or for doing monetary payments and so on. But your key, the private key on which your identity depends, is often not properly safely stored in the phone. And the reason why it is not safely stored in the phone is that maybe it has a very expensive chip, special chip for we call enclave, but there is electromagnetic radiation and other power side channel, etc., timing side channel, which will reveal the key of the private key. And once your private key is revealed, anybody can do whatever you want to do with your phone. So we have a team of faculty as well as students who are doing a lot of work on the side channel, this thing. We also have developed a tool for cybercrime investigation, which is called a cybercrime navigator. So this tool is actually has painstakingly worked with the police departments as well as through various modus operandis to actually develop how to actually break down a cybercrime into very small activities. So you can now take a cybercrime story from a victim and then divide it into micro level activities that the attacker, the criminal, might have done. And based on that, you can create your investigative process, like what investigation is required to be done, what investigative artifacts are required to be collected, and so on. So that's the work, and we worked on this particularly with the Cyberabad police. And this is another project we are doing with the National Critical Infrastructure Protection Center. And this is about the cybersecurity maturity model. Like, if you have cybersecurity in your organization, you want to know whether it is mature enough to actually survive a large-scale cyber attack or unprecedented cyber attack, and how do you actually measure that maturity? That's the word. Now, among the other services that we do, one thing is we are also certain empaneled. C3 Hub is a certain empaneled cybersecurity auditor and red teamer, which means that we have been doing this for, like, let's say Mangalore Refinery, National Highway Authority, various ports, various steel plants, and so forth, so on and so forth, even some Indian Army apps and so on. So we are providing various audit services and red teaming services. Also, as I said, that we have created 50 R&D projects and 50 startups that we have supported and incubated. And so 50% of the R&Ds claim that they have demonstrable technologies, and over 50% of the startups have products either deployed or commercialized already. And so we want to create more opportunity for inter-R&D collaboration as well as inter-startup collaboration in the near future. And okay, so I think I'm going to finish here. So this is the final thing. We have been training a lot of people for creating the cybersecurity manpower. So we have a 6-month-long cybersecurity certification program that happens. That's been happening for last 8 cohorts. 8th cohort is about to finish in a couple of months, and 300 plus people have been certified on that. We have a professional certificate program in blockchain, which has 600 plus certified people now. We have e-masters, a master's degree program completely online in cybersecurity, which has 130 plus. And we have also MTech, MS in cybersecurity, which has 50 plus students. So I guess I'll finish here. I hope that I have been able to convince you that you are safe in our hands if you come here, because we actually kind of know what we are doing. Right? All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shukla.
Thank you so much, Professor Shukla. And I would request Professor Kamath to felicitate Professor Shukla.
Talks and It's interesting to interrupt. So the next speaker we have is Dr. Rajaram Iyer, Lotus Labs. Dr. Rajaram Iyer is the Executive Vice President of Lotus Labs, associated mainly with building cell and gene therapy capabilities to ensure access to emerging markets. He has partnered with leading educational institutes like IIT Kanpur to get novel technologies and creating CGMP manufacturing. With 25 plus years of diverse experience within pharmaceutical industry and management consulting, focusing on establishing businesses, strategic planning, business development, portfolio management, market research, competitive intelligence. Dr. Iyer has been in a leadership role for the last decade, focusing on value creation, employment, employee engagement, governance, and business establishment. I welcome Dr. Iyer and hand over the floor.
Thank you, Professor Kamath, for the kind words. So first of all, thank you, Technopark. Congratulations to you on this. This is extraordinary event in the journey of this institute and ensuring that industry and academia meet somewhere and produce interesting results. So thank you for that and congratulations. I know I'm standing between lunch, so I'll keep it short. And what we thought we would do is essentially walk you through the journey which we went through and how we landed in IIT Kanpur. We've taken one floor in Technopark, the top floor, level 6 or 5th floor, and we will be building a CGMP facility to facilitate gene therapy and cell therapy products. So before we start, this is the introduction about company Lotus. Last year we did close to 720 million in revenues. In the country we might be third or fourth largest in terms of the reactor volume capacity. We have close to 8 million liter reactor volume, and what it does is it helps us produce medicines at scale. We are into active pharmaceutical ingredient, API, not the computer API, but the actual pharma product. We also do finished dosage. We also have a CDMO division where we service a lot of global pharmaceutical companies. And recently we've started the bio side of things. We have a formulation capacity of close to close to 4,500 plus employees. We also have a big research center in Hyderabad, and hence we have 330 plus patents. Now, so this is about Lotus. You know, it's a small molecule, vertically integrated pharmaceutical company. And how did we come up to biotechnology and how did we landed up in IIT? So small exercise, what we did some time back, maybe 3.5, 4 years back, was we looked at the Indian pharmaceutical ecosystem and we said, we're good at scale, we are good at manufacturing, but we are predominantly playing a catch-up game. And we, as company Lotus and also as Indian pharmaceutical ecosystem, have always played a catch-up game, right? We're great at generics. We've never launched a new product in the market. Be it product, I mean, there are some medical device examples, but we have not done something which is very innovative. We're never first in the world for anything. And we said, is there a way we can solve that? Is there a way we can be disruptive in the market? And not just disruptive for the sake of disruptive, but what we thought we should do is invest in an area which actually enhances the standard of care for Indian population and population of this subcontinent. Can we bring novel therapies to market? So that was the question we started with. How do we bring novel therapies to market? How do we disrupt the market? Knowing fully well what our capabilities are, right? We are a small molecule company. So first thing which we did was we said this, one of the ways we can achieve this is first allocating 10% of our profits. We'll not ask any questions. 10% of our profits we'll invest in a disruptive technology, right? We will not look at an incremental innovation to what we are doing. It would have also, we would have thought, okay, we do cap tablets and capsules, we can do injectable, we can do sachet, we can do films, or in API, can we look at API plus some different activity? We said, no, none of that we will do. We will actually go to a completely disruptive area and invest 10% of our profits, and no Excel sheets, no business case. We'll just take that hit. So that was one idea we thought we should use. And good part, our board approved. Our obviously CEO and CFO were very supportive of this, and board also approved this. And that time, three and a half years back, that number translated close to a 70 to 100 crore number. So we had that, and we said, okay, how should we do it? Should we make or should we buy? Right? Industry has this weird habit of trying to do everything in house, right? We have research center, we'll try to do everything in house. And that was one big departure we took. We said there are a lot of interesting concepts, not just in the pharmaceutical space, but also in the medical device, in diagnosis, in healthcare delivery, a lot of areas to actually focus on. Radio contrast agents, the delivery of them, producing, lot of areas, cell and gene therapy, lot of areas, and we can't be expert in everything. I think let's understand that first. And it is important that once you understand, let's go and partner with people. We said we should partner with startups, and so what was clear at this point, 10% we'll invest. Where we will invest was not clear. How we will invest was not clear. But where we will invest, we said, okay, we will evaluate multiple opportunities, but how we will invest started becoming clear, because we knew we have to partner with either startups or academic institutes. And we were talking to some friends in the industry, people who support industry. One of the investment bankers came, we were toying this idea. He said, hey, you know what, IIT Bombay has a startup. They are looking for investment, which is in this kind of range. Why don't you look at them? And then they introduced us to them. And that is how our journey with academia began. So we made our first investment in IIT Bombay startup. This is a CAR T. They do CAR T for blood cancers. ImmunoAct is the name of the startup. When we invested in them, they have a very small laboratory in IIT, the BSBA department. They had treated 1 or 2 patients at Tata Memorial. We invested in them, and then we helped them set up the manufacturing facility. We helped them conduct clinical trials, get approval. I'm happy to share that last year in October, we actually had the first CAR T product approved in India. And CAR T globally was in US and Europe for the last 5 years, but none of these innovators will come to India with their product. The price tag is very high for a CAR T therapy. The average price tag in the US is around $450,000 to $500,000. And what we have launched, that's like a 45 crore kind of number. And we have launched this product at, 4 or 5 crores, I'm sorry. What we have launched is at between 30 to 40 lakhs. That's like a 10 times lower. And we were able to do that only because we partnered with academia and help them bridge the gap. Academics are good in basic research. Corporates are good in scale up, commercialization, the regulatory aspects. Corporate is good in that. And we kind of married the two, and we were able to get this product approved. And also happy to share that this is not just a follow-on product. This is first in the world, which is a humanized CAR. So all the globally available products, there are products from Novartis, BMS, Gilead, they're all murine CAR products. And hence, their side effect profile is very different. So they render more side effects, while ours is humanized CAR. And as a result of humanized CAR, we give slightly higher dose, but our side effect profile is way lower. be it in terms of cytokine release syndrome or other neurotoxicity. So, and this was actually an experiment which we did. And then, by the way, we reinvested in the company at a significantly higher valuation. So initially we had close to 26% stake. Now we have 36% stake. Laurus has, and Laurus Plus employees have close to 40% stake in ImmunoAct. That was a great example, which actually gave us the confidence that this can be done. There is this innovative model through which you can partner and bring novel therapies to market, and also taught us a couple of other things. When we launched this product, and by the way, this product was dedicated to nation by the president 2 weeks back in IIT Bombay. Some of us were present there. Thank you. And this also taught us a lot of things. First thing, when we launched and this news became that we, IIT Bombay and Laurus and Tata Memorial have this product, a lot of countries started to approach us. And one of the countries, Mexico, we have signed an agreement with them where we will use our car and treat some patients in Mexico, and also this therapy will then be available in Mexico. Plus, a lot of other countries actually requested. And what that tells us is this kind of therapies are not just required in India, but in the entire, and the way, if you see and if you divide the world into a global north and a global south, right, 20 to 25% of the population reside in the global north, right, the blue region on top, while bulk of the population actually lives in the global south. And global north, because those are more affluent countries, they get access to all latest therapies, all latest technologies, and the global south doesn't get that, while bulk of the population lives in global south. And global south, unless and until you find someone local to address these problems, and the markets are very different, right? And so we will have to find innovative solutions through these partnerships. And that was one thing we said, unless and until someone from global south comes, you can't really solve this. And that was one thing we wanted to do. The other thing, if you see, is the rare diseases, right? So there are a lot of therapies in the US and Europe which are approved for various rare diseases which are not approved in India. Innovators don't come because of the pricing issues, access issues, lot of things, regulatory issues. And rare diseases are actually not rare in India in an absolute term. Look at diseases like Duchenne muscular dystrophy or LCA, for which we are developing gene therapy. Big numbers, right? So, and these global companies will not come. So the other thing is the Indian healthcare system is very heterogeneous. So you have pockets of excellence in some centers. A lot of us don't get access to that, right? Go to a tier 3, tier 2 cities. Not just there are no patients. There are a lot of patients, but they don't have access. So it's a very heterogeneous system. And you will have to provide a novel way to deliver medicines there, not just identifying medicines, but also the commercialization aspect of go to market. How do you really reach out to market? There are no cold storage facilities. There are no good healthcare providers. There are no good administration facilities. And that is the problem we are trying to solve through these academic collaborations. This is our relationship with IIT Kanpur. We have an IP in licensing agreement. We have an R&D grant which we are giving, and we are also building a CGMP facility here in Technopark. I think the first two blocks are a no-brainer. Recently, if you have to have a therapy, you have to in-license the IP. So these two blocks were not brainer. We spent a lot of time in CGMP facility. Should we put up? Our initial idea was, okay, we take the technology, go. Our manufacturing footprint is all in Vizag. Some in Hyderabad. We said, okay, let's start a manufacturing facility in Hyderabad, right? Take the technology and do it in Hyderabad. Then we said, is that the right model? Again, coming to the access and how best to take this basic research from a BSBE lab all the way through the patient, right? In a commercial setting, how do you do and what's the right way? That's when a lot of deliberations happened, and we realized that the CGT manufacturing is both art and science. So there is science, there is technology, there are equipments, that's the science component, but it also needs skilled manpower. And it's also, that's the art component, right? You can buy equipments, you can buy technology, but you have to train manpower. You have to make them learn these things. And that's why we said this model, and that's where technoparks actually play a great role, right? If technopark was not there, just imagine if we would have come, we would have set up a manufacturing facility in Hyderabad, and we wouldn't have been able to train good manpower, right? So I think that's where this is the power of technopark. It helps the ease the from take the product from the lab to commercialization. It plays a pivotal role in between of a technology transfer catalyst, so to say. Helps you take the technology from the lab to the market. So that's where technoparks play a big role. And hence we thought we should set up a manufacturing facility here. So apart from training manpower and scaling up technology, the other thing which it does is it also improves process innovation. Because once you have the process lab here, because lab is focused here, Dr. Jayendran's lab, BSB, is focused on basic research. Process we don't focus so much, but if you have process equipments, you have scale up equipments, that's the other thing which it does is helps you in improving the process research. That's the other thing which technoparks do. And I just wanted to sum up with this, that the focus of academia is very different. As Professor Ashutosh also said, the focus of academia is publish papers, award PhDs, do basic research, and problem and the industry focus is very different, right? Industry, we start with business case, we start with Excel sheets, we start with how much money can you make. So, and academia doesn't do all of that. Academia doesn't have an Excel sheet before they start a research project. They will say, what's novel in this, right? How can I get a paper in this? Can I get a nature paper? Can I get a science paper? What's the impact factor of a journal? And industry says none of that. I need finished product which I can sell tomorrow. Give me dabba, I'll go sell it to the doctors, right? So, and that is where concepts like Technopark help. And the other thing is, industry is good in scale up. Industry is good in navigating the regulatory landscape for approval, doing clinical trials, multi-centric clinical trials, not just investigator initiated, but doing multi-centric clinical trials. We are good at that. And if you look at the entire value chain for bringing a product from discovery to commercialization, academic does the initial part, industry does the later part, and then what you need is the middle part, which kind of is a vacuum. And that is where concepts like Technopark, and so what we have to do is academia has to take a step further and say, not just basic research, I'll try to make it transformational, right? Translational. And industry thinks they want everything ready-made. And so they will have to take a step back and say, I'm not going to get everything ready-made. I will have to invest my resource, my time, and train people. And I think if academics can take a step further and industry can take a step back, that's the great meeting ground. And that's what we are trying to do here with the BSBE department. They had done great work in terms of gene therapy. So what these therapies are basically for patients who are born or have a defective gene, and which then manifests into different diseases, either muscle, eye, and these are generally happens to kids because of the genetic deficiency. BSBE department has developed gene therapies where they can identify the gene which causes that disease, B, synthesize it in the lab, C, package it and send it back in the patient. Once that gene is delivered to the patient, it produces the proteins and then it enables the right function. And that's what we have done. And I think that's a great way to solve a lot of complex problems for this part of the subcontinent and then mainly for the global south. Not just make medicines accessible, but also affordable. Those are two key pillars. And one last parting thought before I wind up, I would say for both academics and industry, these kind of collaborations are great, but we should not look at these collaborations for incremental innovation. I think incremental innovation is good, but we should look at these collaborations for more orbit changing and really transformational work, where you are trying to do something which never existed, and and the thinking should be how can I collaborate with academia, how can I collaborate with industry to bring this thing first in the world. I think that should be the thinking rather than thinking incremental. Can academics help me in small process modification here and there? I think that doesn't help the cause. What helps the cause is really, can you bring in through this partnership, right, two great extremes of knowledge? Like, how can you partner and bring these cutting edge things which can serve the global population? I think that's what we should be thinking. uh, yeah, and that's what we are trying to do. As we said, in CAR-T, we were first to launch the humanized CAR, and with gene therapy, we will do the same thing, not just for India, but for the global south. And eventually, we will also get a US FDA inspection done here. It will be a global product which will go out of IIT campus. So thank you for the patient listening, and really, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yes, so we have done it with IIT Bombay and IIT Kanpur. Those are two examples which we have, and we are exploring others. It's actually a 3.5, 4 year old journey. As I said, the 10% profit we'll invest came in 4 years back. But yeah, we are looking to invest and bring novel things to market. Yeah.
Actually, we are sort of running out of time. Sorry. Maybe a quick.
Hmm. So, see, that's a challenge, right? And this value of death, all jargons. Um, so, I'll tell you the industry side, right? The industry still, and I'm no disrespect meant, industry still thinks the work which is done in academics is mainly for paper publication. Unless and until industry gets that confidence. And the question to ask is, why is industry not coming? I think that's the question, right? So, one could be value of death even for basic research or for research which has fairly advanced. Right? In case of IIT Bombay, they had done clinical trials for 2, 3 patients. They were that was quite advanced, but and before us, a lot of industry. I mean, we know now. A lot of people actually evaluated that, but it was not confidence inspiring for them. And the reason for that was same, right? That academic work is not high quality. They don't understand regulatory. They don't understand market. So that is the mindset which we'll have to change with these examples. The other thing I'll tell you, just 1 minute I'll take, is, and a lot of times we have seen during our interactions, academics focuses on basic research. So sometimes they'll work on things which don't have great commercial applicability. Good, you should do that to enhance science and basic research, but that doesn't serve great commercial interest for the industry. And hence, we will have to come together and say, apart from doing basic research to advance science, you should also look at research which will have great commercial value. That is when industry will come and provide that environment.
Thank you, Dr. Iyer. Let's thank the speaker, Dr. Iyer, for a wonderful action. Um, their journey in terms of industry academia collaboration.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iyer, and I would request Professor Kamath to felicitate Dr. Iyer. Thank you so much, Professor Kamath, for chairing this session. It was thoroughly engaging and motivating. Now I would request Professor Amarendra K. Singh to facilitate Professor Kamath. So now, as we come to the end of this session 1 of this workshop, there's a lunch break, and we will gather here around 2:30 p.m. for the next session. Please join us for the lunch. Welcome back, everyone. Now, as we venture into the second session of our workshop, let me just introduce you to our speakers for this session. We have Professor Rajiv Jindal, Dr. Nilesh Badwe, and Mr. Anuj Avasthi as the speakers, and Professor Amarendra K. Singh will be chairing this session. I would invite the first speaker and ask Professor Singh.
Okay, thank you. This is what I am, and I have worked in various industries, but primarily electronic industries, including data storage, lighting, solar. Solar photovoltaic has been in my longest stint in between. So what I'll be talking to you today is about, some of you already know it, but uh, just to giving you my perspective on that, that how do I look at these things. What do I need to be stable? So when I look at academic world, we all are researchers and we all are academicians and we all want to do great things in life. And so I take it as the analogy that support नहीं कर रहे हैं, क्या करना है बताइए. Sorry. So by the time we get sorted, so where I was starting to talk about was that academic world works in a certain way. We have we have a lot of excellence in the in our academic world, and But how I visualize industry collaboration for the academic world is kind of giving that ship a direction, right? Otherwise, that ship could be doing wonderful job, but standing at the seashore. That's how I kind of look at it. Having worked in both places, having worked with industry, having worked with academia. The way I see it is that it is both sides of the thing academic world has to look into, where they have to look into the aspect that whatever wonderful they are doing, industry can actually become kind of a gyroscope or a kind of a guiding factor for them. And if this relationship is so we have a ship, but the ship has to be sent in the sea, and it has to face the real world. It seems to have ship very safe at the harbor, but that is not what ship is supposed to do, right? So, and industrial collaboration, what it can do is that it can give it a purpose. That's how I look into it, is that if you do a right industrial collaboration, it can give ship a direction, it can give it a purpose. It's not that it is without a purpose, without that, but then as an academic institute, we need to think what we want to be. And I'll cover this thing as we kind of go along. So, model of industrial academia collaboration has changed over the years. What it earlier was that we used to have this migration of brain primarily from, sorry, there was a globe here which says India and the developing nations, which is somehow not coming compatible with this, whatever. So there was a huge migration of brain going from geographies like India and some of these developing nations where already money has already come in that western part of the Europe or America and all those things. So that was our model earlier. Now these days, the model that we see is that we have a lot of collaboration between these international geographies and these national geographies when we are looking at the academic things. So, but to me, the better model, and which I'll talk about again and again today, would be that this model cannot continue to work in isolation the way it is working right now. This model, if it has to succeed, like places like Technopark, and that's where I'm a big fan of places like this, where it has to be a sync within the system. And what it needs to be done is that R&D has to be at the heart of it, along with the talent and the industry kind of enveloping it and kind of overseeing it as a part of the whole ecosystem and not looking it from the outside. Like having a foot in and having a foot out of the door is not the way that it should be. The both feet should be in with the whole conviction, and that's the model that probably has to work more and more. And that's where the places like Technopark can play a role there. And of course, there has to be overarching thing of market also on top of it. See, obviously, when industry comes into picture, they will bring their own market intelligence. But probably together between academia and industry, we can have a further market intelligence growth, which we can develop if we kind of work together and have that leap of faith where we can jump together onto something. Right? That leap of faith is highly important. From my academic side, what needs to be done for that is that, see, academicians historically, and I'm also guilty of that sometime in my career, we always work a lot of time in silos. And that has been a way of our working at many times, that we, somebody publishes a paper, then somebody XYZ kind of follows it, then somebody else does some extend that work. But finally, it is the effort of engineers or marketing people which kind of takes it to the market. And we miss that aspect. But imagine if those engineers and those marketing people were part of the system when you were moving from ABC to alpha, beta, gamma, and not really wait for you to finish what you are doing and then bring it in, then you're losing the time to market. See, having been in industry, what I understand a lot is that time to market is key. And since time to market is the key, so bring the necessary market intelligence, bring the necessary engineering aspect to it as part of your project at the beginning itself. Why do you wait to finish that we have all finished everything And then we say, okay, now our scientist work is done. Now the baton is to you engineers. Then engineers say, okay, now my work is done. Baton is to you two marketing people. Right, and then that way, this model is kind of going away. And even further thing on this model, which is evolving in the world a lot these days, is co-development. Right, even the giants of the world, people like Samsungs, LGs, IBMs, they have a co-generation research centers now. A single facility where they are a fierce competitor in the world. And with the fierce competition in the world, they have common labs in which they work together, co-own the IP, and then how to take it to market, everybody can have a different strategy. Even US defense is using it very effectively. What they're doing is that they want a solution to go to market. And they have 3-4 different competing technologies which they want to like kind of try it out. So rather than making it in isolation, they float expression of interest. They ask companies to come in, that this is the place that we are giving you. You come, send us your best of your team, work here. Like a place like Technopark, for example. And they ask everybody to develop it. And then whatever solution comes out, then they have the choice to select one of the technologies which one they want to take to market. And that IP could be co-owned by more than one company. One company could be marketing it in the end. But that IP could be shared by, co-shared by the others. And they also have a fallback plan in that. Suppose one technology is taken to the market, that fails. They have the second technology as a backup technology ready for that also. So what I'm trying to say is that the model which is evolving now is not working in isolations anymore. Model which is evolving very strongly these days is co-working, have the end-to-end visibility with you, and have those all set of people part of the ecosystem from day one. Also, we need to say what also helps to do that is, what do we call as so when we make a innovation, for example, what is the market intelligence that we are putting in that innovation? And you would have heard it historically again and again. I'll give you a classical example is when this DVD player was coming up. There was another format which was coming up at the same time. And that format failed because that format did not connect with the market. Having worked in data storage industry, we saw a fierce competition in Blu-ray and a format called HD DVD. And Blu-ray came to the market, HD DVD failed, because again they failed to connect to the market, because that was typically led by some companies who were not keeping appraised themselves of what is market looking for, right? Suppose I have a beautiful model which I develop, a round mobile. I think as a scientist, I have done such a wonderful discovery or wonderful innovation, but I'm not exaggerating right now. Sorry for that, but that you will not develop a round mobile for sure. But the example which I'm trying to give is that having that market intelligence from day one. So this is a kind of a cartoon which I kind of love and use it. Okay, what is the use of a notebook? It's better than a smartphone to play golf, right? So at least you can hit the golf ball through it, right? In a smartphone, how will you do that? So that's one. So now with a foldable mobile, maybe you can, but your ball size has to be smaller. But see, that is the worry if you are working in isolation these days. And that is the model which is evolving worldwide slowly. Having worked in industry, having currently working in academia also, this co-working model is something which is developing a lot. And this is something which we have to keep our eye on and have to be open-minded to work in that fashion. What we need to really understand is that academia and industry comes with different objectives. See, one is here to make money, and another one is here to do excellence in academics. Are they anti each other? It's about how you position it, right? What I see is that this profit-oriented, non-profit-oriented has been kind of blown out of proportion. And if you handle it rightly, we can, as academia also, can be part of the ecosystem of an industry and help them to make them profitable. See, I've worked in industries which has even 4th decimal place price difference in making it profitable to a non-profitable. Like working in CD industries, we used to make 3.6 billion discs a year. You can imagine the amount of discs that we are making. And we were competing with all the Taiwanese and all those things. So very fierce competition. What all we were only talking about was cost, 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 cost. Like that's the only discussion we had. But what used to give us profit was those 5% of the product, which used to be niche product, where we were working with a thought process that let's not look into only profitability of a product, and those 5% of the bucket used to give us the profit at the bottom line. And so that kind of has to be handled rightly. And there is an IP issue which obviously needs to be settled, and those kind of, so I think legal framework for that is very important, and we all have learned how to do that. And so, but industry sometimes doesn't like patents, so that we have to play kind of subtly and rightly, because sometimes industry feels suffocated if you give them a patent to kind of fight with. So, so that is something which has to be handled, but I think that is a problem which is solvable problem. So that is something which has to be done. And also, time to market, as I said, we cannot be too early also. Like we all know that steam engine came and waited for other peripheral things to kind of develop to come up. And if we are working with industry much more closely, what we can also do as an academician would be, and industry would also know, is that what is happening at other peripheral things, which sometimes as an industrialist, we used to be blinded about, right? And sometimes having in academia sometimes is also blinded about it, that what is happening as a peripheral thing. So, and that kind of a collaboration helps on that aspect also. Again, how it can be taken forward is, we don't need to solve equation to how the moon rover will land perfectly on the moon on day one. We can really work on baby steps. We can take projects which may look very trivial projects for academician to begin with, but that will all help to develop that confidence in each other. See, what has been missing in this Indian ecosystem, which is slowly getting to change after many years, is that trust factor between academics and the industry side. See, if I can be very blunt about it, academics look at industry as the sheep which can give them a lot of meat to eat, right? A lot of money can come from them. As soon as we look at the industrial collaboration project, the first thing that we are looking for is how much money in it for me, how much money will it come to my project, how much money will it come to my institute. Don't be impatient about it. Wait, it will happen. Second, and then on the other hand, what industry is looking for is a plug and play solution. Industry simply walks into an academic institute, and at least in Indian context, I'm not talking about global context right now. Global context, things are slightly more mature and slightly more different. But the Indian context, many times industry is simply walking into a door and looking for a solution. Sab 6 mahine mil jayega kya? Right, and so that slowly is changing now, but it will take time, it will evolve. But what it can be done a lot from both the sides is that to build up that trust is work on smaller projects, work on some problems which actually can show each other that what other person is looking for. I give you one example which I've seen with my own eye. One specific faculty in one of the IITs only, I'll not name the faculty, I'll not name the IIT, was approached by industry to make some specific measuring equipment. And that was supposed to go on a field to do some measurements. Measurement specification sheet was given, everything was given, an instrument was made. And when industry walked in, they did not know what to do with this. Like from a specification side, everything was met. And instead of a suitcase size testing measurement equipment they had a truck size measuring equipment which they were delivered. And that is the problem which I've seen. Again, I'm exaggerating slightly, but these are the kind of gaps which can come, which if we are not working together. And so, and for us to kind of work together, learn what is the need of the end client, what is the need of the end customer, what is the need of the industry here, what is academic also looking for from industry side, what is academic also looking for, are they only looking for funding? So one of the models which I've seen for working beautifully is that industry placing their own people in academic scenario, right? And that works beautifully if industry can be open about it, because then you will, as soon as the product is ready, as soon as your technology is ready, you will have trained engineers who can walk into your shop floor and can start producing, right? Otherwise, if you kind of work, let academia develop it in isolation, your engineers doesn't know what to do with this. Tomorrow, the whole tech transfer itself will take a year, or maybe more at times. And that can be bridged if you place your people within the ecosystem, let them get trained. And that academic also likes that a lot, because then you will get motivated engineers who really see their career into what they are doing. See, otherwise you we hire some staff out here who doesn't see a career in that thing, who are just working because he or she is not finding another more job which can satisfy, which could be a long-term career plan for that person. But if you have a person which has a long-term career plan attached to this thing, what he or she is doing, then look at the, and they know that their career kind of depends upon the success of this product, success of this technology. Look at the motivation that they will have, and look at the knowledge they will have once they walk back into an industrial shop floor. And that is something which can be developed. How much time I have? Okay. Second is, continuing with this, I'll also, I think I've covered a lot of these points, but from academic side, we need to then come up with ideas also on how do we foster that culture in our institute. And I think IITs have been working on some of these models, but some of these models could be that can we have R&D labs, and so why only industry people need to come and work in an academic scenario? Why academician cannot go and work in an industrial scenario? Why can't sabbaticals be given to faculties or to researchers within our system? Like I was trying to send a couple of my MTechs for summer interns, and I was told by IIT that there is no system for sending MTechs as summer interns. Only for BTechs it is there right now. So a lot of such things can be solved. A lot of faculties can be sent on sabbaticals. So this movement will actually help both ways, knowledge transfer. This will happen. This will help to kind of plug a lot of that discomfort that we have, that tight strain of relationship can really be smoothened if we start working with each other more and more. From an academic side, we need to, as I've kind of said before also, we need to learn what is industrial point of view. Fine, they are looking for money, but is that the only thing that they are looking for? Sometimes they are looking for that tip to just tilt onto one change which can give them a better ROI for whatever they are doing. And sometimes it is not really magic that they are looking for. Talk to them. Talk to industry. Understand what is actual motive behind what they are kind of coming you to. Is it actually the magic that they are looking for, or it is just this kind of that differentiator which kind of makes them different from a me too set of products, and those two different set of products which they can take and exploit in the market is something they are just looking for this. I have one other issue which we have faced when I was part of industry. We have faced this issue as part of academic world. I face this issue from the second side, is that can we publish whatever we are developing here? Can that be published? I think this is again solvable through a good legal term. But what I have seen working as a solution for that is, if industry is willing to file a patent on this, give them 6 months to file a patent on this. Let patent be filed first, and then you send a paper as a follow-up paper. So that model I've seen working beautifully. I've worked with a lot of international giants also on this, like working with IBMs and all those things. So this is a model which I've seen to be successful, and give them right of refusal for 6 months. Don't ever wait. Like if they're not filing it within 6 months, then you should have that clause in your legal thing that if within 6 months you don't file the patent, then we should have the right to go and publish it also. But otherwise, you could be waiting forever, and that work can also get drained out. Right. So and industry needs to also understand it, that if they need to patent it, they are given enough time of 6 months to kind of do it. Furthermore, things which academia can do is, we need to make it the simple system simpler. We can avoid a lot of paperwork. We are working on it. I know as academic institute, since I'm part of the system now, so I understand that we are all working towards it, but more can be done. Still, our legal compliances can be much better. we can have a much better website. At least for IIT Kanpur, I can say that we can have a much better website because a lot of good work is going around which industry doesn't understand. So I think I can go on and on with all of my experience, but I think I'll just stop here and thank you for your time and thank you for your patience. I hope I did not make you all sleep after a good lunch.
So, quick question. I have a question, very quick question. I think that I have, you mentioned it in your, I've seen like Carnegie Mellon University, they have a consortium, the department, they don't take fund from NSF. And this is a steel consortium. They have 12 many steel makers who are coming together. They all fund projects and they share, as you say, they share the IP. And if they have to develop further, then they take it from that point on actually. And what is it in India that ArcelorMittal R&D chief was coming, visiting me in TRDC, and we asked them that would you ever do a research with us? No, you are Tatas. We will never touch base with Tata, as if there is some kind of feeling happens. So that's the problem in general. We are forming a consortia, which, like for example, right now you are associated with Sustainable Engineering Department. A lot of solutions that we talk about will be across the board actually, be helping all of them. So come together, fund a research, and then take it to a specific field. I think somehow it is not happening. So I don't know what is your experience there.
See, my experience on that has been what is our expectation from time to market. See, in Indian context, specifically what I've seen is that patience level still is, it has to develop, right? We still are in a hurry. We still want a solution. If it is not available with academic world, we are happy to walk to Germany, we are happy to walk to UK, we are happy to walk to some country. Just buy that solution and come back and start producing it from tomorrow. So that patience slowly has to develop. And for that, it's not that only patience. We cannot be leaving market to kind of go around that we have been patient about it. We need to be that much aggressive in our thought process that what can be happening 5 years down the line. We need to think on those things. So I think that still is missing. And since that is missing, so since I'm in hurry, you are in also hurry, then there's one door. And I know both of us cannot go past it together. So I'll just run. If I run faster than you, then I'll go faster. That's what is happening. Here's one question. Definitely. So I did not exactly say that academic world cannot do it, that academic world cannot make the end product. But it will not be plug and play. That's what I meant, right? And that I 100% agree with you that proof of concept centers should be created. And I think Technopark is one of those things which I think, as I understand from Dr. Amreen, we will be creating those things. We have now SIAC also, which is also helping our startups where already they have some solutions which they are developing and can be taken. But this proof of concept center should definitely be encouraged, should definitely be brought into as part of our ecosystem. Some fantastic research is happening in this Garroso Acre. And so whatever is happening in this Garroso Acre, which is good, some good research, some of this can be converted to some prototypes. And I think you're part of industry, I assume? You're doing PhD here. But whoever is part of industry, like I'll request them to come work with us, train our students with make their hands dirty, and help them to convert that into prototype. I think we will learning on the job. OJT is the best thing. On the job training is the best thing to do. Yeah, so what can be done? I can suggest you from my industry experience also, and from academic experience. Whatever we are trying to do, sit down with that. So definition of the problem is very important, right? So where we don't give enough time in our thought processes, have we rightly defined what we are looking for? Just giving them, so like suppose I give you a mobile phone, that this is the replica, this is what I'm looking for. Then the academic world will take 6 months to make the specs out of it only. And before they could be ready to even talk to you, right? Because they'll be spending all the time in testing and all those things. While if those things are ready, if you can work with them, make it better. And then also they would not know that where to procure those industrial level kind of component. If some molding is required into it, some PCB mounting is required into it, some microchips are needed, or whatever is needed, they might not know the ecosystem of the commercial ecosystem. So that's why coexistence within the system and defining the problem rightly, I think the solution can be found out. And if needed, I can always talk to you more about this, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jindal. And I would request Professor Amarendra K. Singh to facilitate.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Singh. So I'm going to talk about main topic is same industry academia collaboration opportunities and challenges from semiconductors perspective. What exactly we're doing? There are efforts that are going on. But before I start with that, we heard a little background of my background from Professor Singh. I'll give the slightly deeper insights into that. So we talk about industry academia collaboration, right? So I've been part of this collaboration for over 15 years. Point. When I started my PhD in Arizona State, a good part of my PhD project was funded by Intel. During this, during my PhD, I did 2 6-month long internships at Intel, which was located right very close to Arizona State University. Again, what I'm trying to mention is having this industry and academia co-located. It helps with developing workforce that industry needs, and it also helps with developing technologies that are going to go into products. Later, I joined as a full-time engineer in Intel, where I worked as packaging R&D engineer. During that time, I drove 4 industry projects, industry academia projects. 2 of them were through, there is a consortium called Semiconductor Research Corporation. So what we were just discussing earlier, right? So similar to what Professor Singh mentioned, at CMU, there is this multiple steel companies are coming together. This is a similar concept. There are large number of semiconductor companies who have come together. They have established the Semiconductor Research Corporation. It's a consortium. All of them put money in this consortium every year, and through that they fund multiple projects at different universities across US, across the world, not just US but across the world. And the way these projects work is there are industry liaison on each of these projects. There is continuous collaboration going on, trying to make sure that whatever you are gaining out of these academic projects are of industry need. Academicians, to this I realize that yes, do tend to have, we have a tendency to go into slightly different directions, trying to sometimes probably move away from what is needed for industry. So this continuous collaboration is necessary, and that's why there are industry liaison. Again, there are two other university projects that we funded directly through Intel, which I had driven. And then after that, as an assistant professor at IIT Kanpur, I've been driving semiconductor packaging R&D related activities in India, which are involving more than 50 major global semiconductor companies, and we have more than 50 faculties at this point from 13 different IITs plus IIC. And then I'm also leading some of the industry partnerships at this large-scale R&D effort, which we call Design Semiconductor Packaging and Systems Related R&D. Now, having said that, there has been resurgence of semiconductors in India. You must have heard that the government announced India Semiconductor Mission that was announced in December 2021. There is a there are geopolitical reasons. There are lot more reasons beyond, even beyond that, being like Atmanirbhar or Make in India and all of those. So through that, at this point, all the countries in the world, they have realized that you need to have your own semiconductor chip manufacturing, design related products. You cannot rely on others. So you must have seen. So there was there were few announcements over last 1 year. Government approved Micron's semiconductor packaging fab, testing and packaging facility that is being set up in Gujarat. Recently, there are companies like Sahasra, Kane, CDIL who have set up their facilities. In Sahasra is based in Rajasthan, Kane's is based in Telangana, CDIL is also based in Telangana. So there are several of these indigenous companies who are coming up with semiconductor related products, semiconductor related facilities in India. And then recently, very recently, when we are at the end, I'll show, we had a large conference in Mohali. So on the very first day, cabinet approved three more chip making units that where investments are of the order of 1.26 lakh crore. So two of them are from Tata. One is semiconductor fab, one is semiconductor packaging facility, and then one from CG Power Renesas. That is also semiconductor facilities. There have been a lot of activities in semiconductor manufacturing in India, but some of the big names are still missing. We don't see people like Global Foundries, TSMC, Intels, and AMDs, and some of these major companies are still missing. So we started looking at what is needed to attract this global industry. There are a few aspects. You need technology, local IP. If you develop technology in India, if you develop next generation, something that is that does not exist elsewhere in the world, if you develop any local IP, that can attract companies to come here and use that IP, manufacture in India. One very important aspect is skilled workforce, which includes process R&D engineers as well as technicians and operators. Then a lot of times government incentives also help. That is something that government can do. And then infrastructure in terms of water supply, electricity, and so on. Out of all of these, right, these first two points, that is technology development, local IP development, and skilled workforce development. This is where academia can make a huge impact. This is something that it would be almost impossible to generate new technology, new IP, as well as skilled workforce without help from academia. All of this is going to be feasible through different education, training, and R&D programs in at least leading institutes in India. So through that, all of these activities are being led by Professor Rao Tumala. He's emeritus faculty in Georgia Tech. He's former IBM fellow. He worked in IBM for 25 years. After that, he was faculty in. He started a industry academia consortium, uh, packaging semiconductor packaging research center in Georgia Tech, that he ran for 30 years. He's already 80 plus, and he ran that for all this time. Right now, he's emeritus faculty and he's advisor to India Semiconductor Mission and the government of India. So, with his leadership, what we have done is we have started this 10-step large-scale efforts that was started in July 2022, where the process included forming a vision strategy based on some of the successful global models that we have across the world. Then form faculty teams at IITs, ISC, identifying what are the different product sectors, what are the different strategic research areas that we need to focus on. Going forward, acquiring knowledge from global experts, because when we talk about semiconductors, right, at least at this point, a lot of companies in India, there is skilled workforce in design, manufacturing, materials, process development. That is something that is fairly lacking. So we need to acquire knowledge from some of the global experts, identify global and domestic partner companies, and taking this to writing proposal for infrastructure, identifying right areas, right problem statements, and then creating this industry consortium, forming an industry consortium in India to focus on these R&D programs, to focus on skills development training programs, and followed by developing these next generation technologies and educating thousands of engineers. So through that, at this point, we have what we are looking at is we are looking at this integrated systems packaging, creating these systems in India, where we have identified 12 different strategic research areas, and you can see there are names of different faculties who are leads of each of these areas. If you want to create any electronic product, right, all of these multidisciplinary aspects, different expertise, they have to come together to create the final system. So it includes all the way from electrical engineering, where you have to focus on designing aspects, to material science, to chemical engineering, to mechanical engineering. Multiple different aspects have to come together before you can form a system. All of these need to happen in 4 different areas that we have identified, which includes car, which is more towards like power electronics, computers, AI, communication, and IoT. Through that, beyond that, we currently have, as I mentioned, 13, 14 different IITs, IISc. This is first line actually is focused on that. You can see all the major IITs are part of these efforts. We also have several NITs and local colleges, universities as part of our efforts. There are a lot more than this. I just couldn't fit all of those here. Few of those are represented here on the map of on India's map. And then at this point, we have more than 50 faculties from these major IITs and ISC who are focused on trying to get involved in this industry-centric R&D that we have started. In terms of industry, at this point, I guess it's probably not very well visible, or not be able to read it properly, but you can see we have 38 companies who are based in the US as part of our efforts. We have 12 companies from Europe, 8 from India, and 13 companies from Japan, Taiwan, Korea, from that region. Our focus is not only industry, but we also want to get involved different R&D centers who are focused on this semiconductor related research, who have developed these type of models, and successfully they have been running these for multiple years. We have more than 10 such models from US, 3 from Europe. At this point, there is no such model in India, so India it is 0, and then 3 from Asia, Southeast Asia region. Now, looking at all of this, right, our focus is how this industry and academia consortium, how what is going to be role of industry, how industry can collaborate with academia, what are the different areas. So for that, this is one of the important slides that I want to focus on, right? Uh, Three aspects that we have identified is research, education skills development, and then R&D infrastructure. How industry can collaborate with academia in these three different regions, right? So for research, uh, there is going to be a lot of overlap between what Professor Jindal mentioned earlier in the previous talk and what I'm talking about. But in case of research, as you can see here, there can be industry can get involved as advisors in developing different R&D roadmaps. What should be how your R&D should progress over next 3 years versus 5 years versus 10 years. There can be co-advisors or industry engineers can be co-advisors on PhD master projects. They can join industry consortium in these 12 different strategic research areas that we have identified. And then industry can identify eminent faculty scholars for R&D projects in all these different research areas. They should fund industry fellowships to graduate research assistants, and finally donate CSR money for R&D. There are already few of the companies like Google or Lamb Research. They are doing these initiatives. So there are different ways industry can partner for education and skills development. The different areas that can include are advising in education and skills need. What are the skills that industry is really looking for? Sometimes we have seen that there is a big disconnect between what is being taught in academia versus what those engineers, once they graduate, once they join industry, what type of skills they need in order to be successful, in order to succeed, or in order to be successful in industrial setting. Industrial engineers can be visiting lecturers in relevant courses. They can mentor graduate students, offer internships and placements, train students in manufacturing, and assign engineers as on-campus industry assignees for R&D and education. And industry can also have very big impact in developing this R&D infrastructure in academia, which would include advising on R&D infrastructure. What I see a lot of times, earlier Professor Ashutosh Sharma was also talking about, like you can get large amount of money and then you buy 30 crore toy, 25 crore toys, all this fancy equipment, right? So that is also something where industry can advise academia what type of equipment is something that would benefit in long run, because industry already has, most of the time, not always, have far more experience in terms of running these equipment successfully, as well as utilizing them completely over a long period, and then uh, trying to ensure that there are proper skills development that are that, that align with industry need. Then donating funds for R&D infrastructure, this can be CSR or direct grants, and then donating equipment or in-kind donations. So all of these different aspects are where industry can actually collaborate with academia and then contribute to this industry academia collaboration. What we are looking for is a three-way partnership model that we have developed for our semiconductor related research, semiconductor related R&D in India, which includes global industry, academia, and government, where role of the government is going to be to invest into R&D and manufacturing infrastructure for these COEs in 12 different research areas that we have identified. That includes setting up industry management system, and then funding 50% for R&D, and then 100% for education. Academia role is going to be to set up these industry COEs for R&D and workforce development on campuses, adopting industry-centric culture that includes industry engineers on campus, industry prototype development. I mentioned there's going to be overlap, but this just tells that how important these aspects are in order to have a successful industry academia collaboration, and in order to ensure that whatever research that you are working on or whatever R&D that you are performing actually goes into product in next probably 5 to 10 years, not more than that. And then recognizing and rewarding faculties and students who are working on these industry-centric R&D. And then the role of the industry is going to be to invest into these mini COEs as spokes with CSR funds. So government funding will set up these major COEs, and then we'll have this hub and spoke model where the spokes, which are shorter versions of these larger COEs, where industry can fund those through their CSR money. They can fund R&D projects, assign industry engineers on campus, work with academics for research, and then work with ISRC, which is to be India Semiconductor Research Center that the government is soon going to announce, which is going to be co-located with Semiconductor Laboratory in Mohali. So working through ISRC for these integrated industry prototypes where academia can work to develop take any kind of concept to certain TRL level. Beyond that, there is going to be this semiconductor laboratory, India Semiconductor Research Center, who can, in collaboration with industry, take it to further higher TRL level, creating prototypes, and then at the end, industry can acquire those as for high volume manufacturing, ramp up and high volume manufacturing. So typical 4 phases for product development in semiconductors, they include system design architecture, research to explore new ideas and concepts, designing, demonstrating new systems, taking those to technology development, and finally high volume manufacturing. And typically what we see is there is a big valley between this research and technology development. Only 5% or even less than that crosses this valley. They cross this valley, going from research to technology development. And the reasons include there is typically very long cycle time, technology demonstration that can be done, but there are no industry prototypes, and disciplinary research and education, that is something that is missing. So our aim is to boost this to 30 to 50%. And the path to success includes involvement of industry from day one, where role of the industry and faculties can include keeping realistic expectations while defining the projects, avoiding overcommitment, clearly defined deliverables and timelines, for example, considering student exams or other aspects. Then the regular interaction, which can be bi-weekly, at least like bi-weekly to monthly basis, right? That is typically, that doesn't happen with government funded projects, but this is something that is needed, if you want to have the successful industry academia consortia. And the role of the institutes would be to encourage and recognize faculties engaging in this type of R&D, supporting on-campus industry engineers for R&D and educational engagement, and then setting up right infrastructure and training programs for industry to protect industry IP. So just closing, this is second last slide. We ran a very successful conference in Mohali where we had more than 350 people from across the globe, where more than 100 people from academia, more than 200 people from global, who are global industry experts and government dignitaries who were there, where this was entirely focused on how to enable this industry academia R&D program in India, where our day 2, this was 3-day conference, day 2 was completely focused on presenting R&D proposals to industry from academia and obtaining feedback and starting collaboration between industry and academia. This was all industry focused R&D. These were all industry focused R&D activities that are going to be focused on in semiconductor frame in India. So just to conclude, there are 2 CSR initiatives that are already happening here at IIT Kanpur, where one of the companies, leading electronics manufacturing equipment supplier companies in India, Electronics, they have signed an MOU just a couple of months ago, where they are going to set up a center of excellence for electronics manufacturing and skills development here at IIT Kanpur campus. Another company, McDermid Alpha, who is again one of the largest electronics and semiconductor material supplier in the world, they also signed an MOU, and they are providing their CSR grants to set up a thermal reliability lab again here on campus. So focus of all of these are going to be on skills development, R&D, and then industry prototyping support. So this is where I'm going to conclude. Any other?
there is a question to speaker, ask other. Have it after the end of this, because another speaker is there, and there's a panel discussion where our panelists will not have time actually. That's why request is that have time because the time constraint. Are there any questions that not? Let us thank Nilesh Badbe.
Hello, good evening everyone. I'm Anuj Avasti from Meritronics Labs Private Limited. And I think since morning we have really covered very nice topics related to industry academia collaboration. And why I think I stand here is mainly because my journey with IIT Kanpur. So we have been having a very nice journey with IIT Kanpur, starting from innovating and designing an instrument inside a lab in IIT Kanpur and incubating a startup uh, and making it a commercial success. And then thinking about how to go ahead into this and collaborating with Technopark to make it even bigger. So we started it around 2016 and we formed a startup KTS in IIT Kanpur and we collaborated, we incubated ourselves in SIIC and we developed that technology, got very good support in incubation system SIIC and we commercialized that technology, sold and got a very renowned name in that particular field that is called electrochemical instrumentation. Electrochemical workstation also we used to say it. We sold a lot of instruments there and the one answer along with the introduction to our company, so one answer which I wanted to give in this talk is what is the right time when a startup should come out of an incubation center and think to link themselves with a bigger world or the real challenging world and what are the places they can go. So when we, in our first startup, we thought of what next. We were profitable, we were selling a lot of instrumentation and the products around. So we thought what next? Then we thought of going to different cities in India and making us a global company. We came in we came in contact with the Technopark and we got to know the need. So there were two needs. Number one, with our startup, we wanted to understand how to reach to other global connects. And second was that how to be connected with the IIT Kanpur kind of system because our product was so niche that we wanted to do research and development continuously to come up with a more innovative products. So there were two needs and we got to know that Technopark will be able to help us into this. So this was the overall journey. We came in contact with the Technopark in 2019 and we established our first office with Technopark, got a lot of support from them and that's how we started developing more and more products in collaboration with IIT Kanpur as well as then with our second startup, Meritronics Lab, which is here. We founded it in 2021. So we directly founded our first office with Technopark directly and then we opened our second office in Bangalore. That's how we initiated Meritronics Labs. So let me introduce something about Meritronics Labs. In Meritronics Labs, we envision making a lot of AI-enabled and smart electrochemical sensing devices, which are having their applications in multiple sensing, biosensing, and different quality analysis domain. So we are expert in making different kind of electrochemical instrumentation and sensing devices. Uh, making it short, this is our team. And our mentors are Professor Shiva Kumar and Professor Rajganspala from Department of Chemical Engineering. And we have been getting their help in technology validation, product testing, and different kind of other science-related add-ons into the company. In our company, we have two different divisions, MTX Labs division and MTX Health division. So MTX Labs division is where we develop these sensing devices who are targeted towards researchers. So we are trying to help researchers. We are making some platform where researchers can make new kinds of sensors, develop new kinds of sensors, and test their reliability as well as their commercializability. And then second part of the company is MTX Health, where we are making some AI-powered portable sensing devices. They are like self-trainable devices with different methods and techniques. Different kinds of sensors can be attached to it, and the sensing can be achieved. So we recently launched this handheld potential stat, which the target applications are multiple. It's again multiple scientists are trying to use this product, and this is fully designed and developed in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. And this is again the sensing platform which I was talking about. So in this instrument, one can attach different kind of sensors. These are called the bare sensors, and multiple new kind of materials can be loaded into this, and the new kind of sensors can be developed altogether on top of this. So how we could achieve this, because we continuously collaborated with IIT Kanpur and its laboratories. We were testing these devices continuously here, and its results were validated very well, very successfully. So that's how we got help from here. Our research and development office is in Technopark IIT Kanpur, and we do our corporate activities and production activities in MTX Labs Bangalore chapter. Recently, we started going global, and we made some good global clients as well. Although in India, we have been selling these products thoroughly in different IITs and ITs. So here comes the answer which I wanted to give. There are different phases of a startup, and for example, ideation and market validation is the first when any startup has to start working on. And then ultimately, a startup has to cross this region and come towards the profitability and scalability. And once a particular startup is profitable and they have to start scaling around, then there is the question comes how they can do the expansion. And once a particular startup has launched a product into the market, they have to think about the new innovations into their product, because we never know that when the competition will come and make you back towards the race. So you have to be doing continuous innovation, and there we feel, being in Technopark, this particular purpose is being solved. We are not only doing our business in the global market or environment, we are also doing our innovation in our products. We are doing add-on to our innovations to our products, and we are coming up with more and more versions of the product. So there we feel. So whenever any particular startup feels that it has gone profitable, number one, and number, it has reached to a scalability with proper recurring models in the company and standardization into the company. This is the part where they have to think about how they can collaborate with a Technopark kind of ecosystem, and they can come up with more and more innovation into the product. So how ITK helped us to make a successful product around it? Initially, whenever we thought of launching a new product, a version of the product even, since we were continuously collaborating with the professors as well as a few laboratories, it helped us in conceptualization and fundamental testing, and as well as initiating some R&D projects into this. And then the second phase, testing and comprehensive report validation again. So here comes a little bit trick also. Since in our product market, our main clients are scientists itself. So as well as our product is very deep tech products. So for deep tech products, I think Technopark kind of place is a very, very important place where uh, they have to keep on testing their products altogether in the initial journeys. So testing and comprehensive report validation and resource. And the third part where it becomes important, as a startup, it became very important for us also. When we say that we have been doing our research and development and testing validation inside IIT Kanpur, there's a place called Technopark. So automatically the network and authentic branding being given that particular product. Yeah. So this was the overall correlation between Technopark and a startup, which I tried to give. If anybody is having any query, please ask. Yes. All right. Yes. Yes. So here comes that uh, we have already kind of graduated startup. Okay, we are having our office in Bangalore, which is fully involved in all commercial activities. We are selling, we are making profits around it, and we are thinking that these are the improvements required in the product, number one, or this is the next version of the product which we want in next 1 year. So there, either for the improvement, we sign a project with IIT Kanpur, or we give them the problem statement to who is the faculty we collaborate with, or we try to come up with the next model of the instrument. So we make it as a project itself. So, but definitely it is timeline bound. Signed, for example, 1 year of project, and we try to come up with some particular outcomes around it. So if it's success in 1 year, launch it as a product. So we are like our Bangalore office, for example, is a corporate office. We know when we can sell that product. So initial validation and testing is done in IIT Kanpur, and then the final validation and testing is done in our Bangalore office. Once we find that, okay, this is the time, both the cases, it has gone like proper reports, we are set to go for the launch.
So in the interest of time, I would request all of you to thank our speaker for wonderful talk. Now we are all set for the panel discussion, and I would request our panelists to please join, because we have time constraints. We are running late, and we have been patiently waiting for speakers to finish. So I would request Professor Bharat Lohani, Professor Kamath, Rajaram Iyer, Dr. Nilesh Badve, or Mr. Gaurav Pilania, and Mr. Anuj Avasthi to join us here actually. So please join us here. Please. So first introduce the panel. So Professor Bharat Lohani is a professor at the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Kanpur, and his research mainly focuses on high resolution remote sensing, laser scanning, and photogrammetry. Co-founded Geo India Private Limited at IIT Kanpur, which provides LiDAR-based solutions to government and industry in India. And Professor Lohani develops innovative solutions for LiDAR data capture, processing, solution development. Welcome. Professor Kamath, the head of the Department Aerospace Engineering at IIT Kanpur, with extensive research experience across research in academia. He leads innovative initiatives such as aircraft healthware system. As head of the Department of Aerospace Engineering, a board member of IIT Kanpur Research and Technology Park Foundation, Professor Kamath continues to drive advancement technologies. And welcome, Professor Kamath. Just now we had heard Dr. Nilesh Badve. So shortly again, for some of you who have joined now, Dr. Nilesh Badve is an assistant professor at the Department of Material Science and Engineering at IIT Kanpur. And before joining IIT Kanpur, he worked at Intel Corporation USA as a materials technologist and staff packaging R&D engineer. And he driving the semiconductor research initiative in a consortium mode. Just now he had explained. Welcome. Heard Dr. Rajaram Iyer, the morning session, and he's executive vice president at Laurus Labs Limited, associated mainly with building cell and gene therapy capabilities for access to emerging markets. He has partnered with leading educational institutes like IIT Bombay, IIT Kanpur, get novel technologies to the market, and with huge experience. Welcome, this panel. And Mr. Gaurav Dania, he is a member of CII and active in Kanpur zone for the development of industrial ecosystem in Kanpur. He has more than 50 years of industrial experience ranging from defense, rail, telecom, mobility. And Mr. Gaurav is working director of Hans Energy Systems Private Limited. So welcome. And just now had heard. So we will straight away go to this panel discussion topic, that how Technopark can help further industry academia collaboration. And because we have some hard stop for Mr. Raja Ramer, with the permission of all panelists, I would request as a first panelist, I would request Raja Ramayya to have his thoughts on this role of Technopark in furthering industry academia.
First of all, thank you for inviting me and also giving us space in Technopark to actually put up our CGMP facility. So thank you for that. I'll actually share our experience, right? Why did we use Technopark? And that is a great example to say what Technoparks can do in order to bring novel therapies to market. When we came to IIT Kanpur, we were talking to BSBE department. There were a lot of innovative work they had done, but they were all very, very basic. What we would have expected is the work which was done plus, 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 for us to really then take it forward. Is that plus, plus, plus in our scope of what we do currently? Maybe not. But then the question is, who will do that plus, 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 right? And that is where Technopark came in handy, because what was done in the lab was predominantly a preclinical model. For us to do our toxicity studies, we wanted a larger vector quantity. Lab couldn't support because lab is not CGMP, and even if you do a CGMP, they don't have that equipment. So you need a facility where you can actually get those smaller equipments which are larger for lab but lesser for commercial, but helps you do toxicity, helps you do clinical trials before an industry can see a attractive asset for commercialization. There were lot of work which was required. And I think that is when we set up this techno park and we said, let this be the interim pilot facility, which A helps us prove the whatever has been done in lab has some relevance. You do toxicity, you move that forward to various stages of development, and before you actually start human trials. That was one, and also serves as a starting point for commercialization, because you really don't want to put up massive commercial facilities without having a good proof of concept on whatever you have done in lab, right? And especially when you are serving patients, that's very important. So that is when the technopark concept came in very handily, where you can actually have a pilot facility where you take the innovation from the lab, do process improvisation, do scale up, do a lot of other studies which you have to do, and then take it to the next level. Initial thinking was, let's set up a manufacturing facility in Hyderabad, and if we would have done at a much higher scale. But we were not sure whether this innovation really works. I mean, in animal it does, but what's going to be the translation? And I think that is the power of places like Technopark. They actually provide the in between platform. It's like a good bridge where this is the pharma example. I'm sure there are a lot of other examples in other industries where this then becomes a good bridge for you to solve and take the innovation from the lab, bring it to these interim kind of facilities before you actually migrate. And also see, the other question, to be honest, which we had was, will this product be super commercially successful? And if it is not, then there is no point setting up those large manufacturing facilities. So you having a pilot here, understanding those nuances, understanding processes, understanding little bit of market, and then you migrate to a much larger facility. I think that's, from a strategic standpoint, this helps you or take the step further from the basic research, come to Technopark, and then go to a much larger facility. I think that's where concepts like Technopark we liked. And I remember when we were discussing initially, we thought of hiring half a floor, and then we moved to full floor, and then there was discussion to take the fourth floor also. So yeah, we have come a long way there. Yeah, so those are my initial thoughts, sir.
This works actually. So yeah. So I would next go to Professor Bharat Lohani, whose experience with working with industry as well as academic thoughts on how that technoparks and further academia collaboration.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to talk in this panel. And in fact, I will say I don't have any industrial experience, because many of the people over here, they come from the industry. Even my colleagues also, like Professor Amreen, Nilesh, they were working in the industry, then they joined IIT Kanpur. My journey is rather different. I joined IIT Kanpur, and I didn't join industry, I started the industry. I started my own company, and then the company is doing okay, is providing a lot of good products, services to the government and the private, and adding value. So my journey in the industry was as an entrepreneur. I went through that entire process, and in that process, I could learn a lot about the industry. Now, being from IIT Kanpur, a professor here, being the academic, and also having the experience of the industry, so I have some ideas that how, and the question is very specific actually. And since morning, I'm sure that we are talking about why industry, academia, collaboration. This answer is already there. The need is already there. We need not to discuss about that. Rather, we are talking about a platform, that is the technology park, and how this platform can be useful in order to further this collaboration. So I see technology park as a catalyst, because I see it rather as a shadi.com, because they are willing partners on both sides, and you need a panditji in between. You need the shadi.com to bring them together. So I will put that analogy here. And you always need that mediator, someone who can discuss, who can talk in the language of both the parties. Why so? Because here in academia, we academics, we the professors here, our understanding of the industry is very less. I'm telling you the fact. We do research, we work in the cutting edge technology areas, we take the development also up to prototype. But that jump from prototype to the product, we can never do it because that is not our training. Rather, what we do, once it is at the level of prototype, even before that, we publish the paper, we switch our area, we start moving in the other domain. Because the journey from prototype to product is a very long, very grueling journey, and that can't be done without industry. So the role of technology park is really very important, where they can bring these two parties together. So I think what technology parks should do is develop the system where they can engage both these parties. This is not, just officially in an administrative manner engage them. Rather, they should engage them proactively. And they should facilitate this dialogue. And we have seen very successful cases of industry academia interaction. There were also the cases which didn't give the right result. Again, because we could not proceed after some steps. So I think the technology park has to play that kind of role. And there are some very good international models about industry academia collaboration. So our technology park over here should learn about those models, so try to implement those models in Indian context, how this can be done. One more thing that I will say, when this industry academia collaboration, it happens, and we start working together, industry has some expectations. At the same time, the academia also has some expectations. So the role of the technology park is to normalize that expectation. Because when the industry, they come, their expectations are very different because the kind of the environment they work in, the kind of the timelines with which they work in, the kind of the pressure of generating the revenue with which they work in, it is very different than the kind of the environment which is here in the academia. So I think technology park should play a very proactive role again in this, so that it can normalize the expectations of both the parties. Whenever the industry comes over here, it must know that academia, they have not only a single project to work in where they are working with the industry, rather we have many other jobs to do. For example, if I engage my undergraduate student in a research, I know how much time he can give. I know when he will become engaged in his end SEM, mid SEM, quiz, and all that. So this kind of disconnect in the industry and in academia. So I think technology park, because they understand both sides, so they should try to normalize this, so that whenever we are working together, our expectations are not unrealistic. That is what I think. Yeah, thank you. Just my initial thoughts.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I'll request Professor Kamath.
So thank you, Park team, for inviting me here, and good afternoon to everybody here. So I have some, of course, this was part of, I think all of you might be aware, I was associated with Technopark I have been associated for the last 3 years. And we have been making pitches to the industry in terms of why they need Technopark. So I'm going to just repeat that pitch in some sense. See, there are two aspects to this. One is, a more tactical kind of a advantage that industry could have. Actually, it's not just purely industry. I think, like one of gentlemen there was also pointing out, it works both ways. It is, I think, and we have also seen that the academia benefits equally in terms of industry. But coming to the specific points, I think it's kind of, I mean, people have been saying it from morning, and it's been even Anuj also nicely pointed it out from their own experience, even Dr. Iyer. So one is certainly the knowledge base, right? That's where we start, and because the generation of knowledge happens in academia. So certainly knowledge partners in terms of whether it's problem fixing, troubleshooting, and all that, that's at a very practical level. R&D support. You want to improve your product, you want to improve your process, you want to improve your productivity, so you need kind of R&D support, you need some thoughts on that, or ideas on that. Commercialization of IP, if you feel that there's already an IP that has been generated, in some sense that is the same as knowledge. Mentorship that you want from, like what Professor Lohani offers to his company. There are a lot of examples, like even what Anuj was saying about Professor Shivakumar and Professor Pala and so on. Testing, of course, is another very important aspect. I think industry may not have or may not want to have the kind of facilities that it requires a lot of investment. It requires a lot of investment in terms of maintenance, sustaining, and so on. So I think academia is a very good place to kind of leverage their testing facilities, and not just purely from a mundane testing level, but also in terms of data interpretation, data analysis, value addition to just the testing part. That's a very important benefit that the industry gets. Or actually, I would say it's industry, academia. I think even the academia learn a lot from that data. Usually, they may not have even thought of doing these experiments. So I think even equally, academia also stands to benefit. And of course, the scaling part, I think many have already spoken. I think that's a very important aspect, which I think you can look at Technopark as a kind of a maker's lab, kind of also in terms of bridging this gap between low TRLs and high TRLs. I think I think one aspect which I think I really liked, I'm just borrowing it from Anuj's presentation, is the branding aspect. And I think we have, and I've seen also many companies, apart from the points that I've already raised, I think the branding is a very, very strong motivation, to encourage both ways. I mean, it's not just about, the companies wanting to be seen associated with IIT Kanpur. It's equally, academia or IIT wanting to be seen with Meditronics or Loris Labs and so on. So I think the branding works both ways, actually. The other aspect is also skill development, training, and so on. I think this is again a very, because you might say, although academia is all about education, it's about training, it's about creating the future employees, creating the next talent pipeline, and so on. But I think everybody is aware and everybody understands that there is this gap, right? I mean, again, just like technology gap, TRL gaps, there is also an employability gap. And I think, and this is something which we have been discussing and trying to, but I think we still have to work on this, because I still consider myself part of Technopark. So I take it upon myself that we have still a way to go on this in terms of, I think, specific, like a finishing school kind of a training or a very specific kind of training. And I think it will work well for both, even in terms of, again, like I said, for both academia and industry. I think this kind of training, I think even Professor Badwe also spoke about it in his talk. So I think these are from, I would say, sort of a tactical kind of aspects that I think Technopark can play a role in industry-academia collaboration. The other slightly a larger picture, if you want to call, one more aspect is the policy aspect, right? In terms of influencing policies, influencing, what I would say, even influencing direction, not purely in a policy matter, but also in terms of technology direction and so on. I think Technopark can play a role, because they get to see the complete ecosystem, so that's another aspect that Technopark can play a role. But from a strategic perspective, what I think, this is something, I'm not sure whether you should allow it to happen organically, or whether it's in terms of, something kind of a push has to be done. I would say Technopark can act as a, I mean, it's well known that sector-based clusters have shown enormous potential, whether it's Silicon Valley or the polymer science in near Akron, in Ohio, and so on. I think if Technopark can also provide, a sort of a sector-specific cluster platform, wherein, I think that it's almost like the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So you have all these cluster companies being together, and that the fact that they're all together itself generates a little higher output than each of them being separately in different places. And it also helps in building a more robust ecosystem, supply chain, and all that. So I think this sector-specific cluster, this is at a probably at a larger strategic level, that thing. And I think these are some of the points I had in mind in terms of how Technopark could influence industry academia collaboration. Thank you once again for patiently listening to me.
Thank you, Professor Kamath. So we'll next go to Gaurav Pilania ji, and you have come from CII, and we would ask you a very specific question, that how Technoparks, in your view, can support MSMEs actually. Is there a role for Technopark for supporting MSMEs, and how do you see what kind of support or what kind of role Technoparks can for MSMEs? One of the questions that you were asking yourselves, that import substitution, specs that you define. So what do you think, how Technopark can help?
I can speak. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Amren sir, Team Technopark, for having me here. It was a prestigious list of panelists amongst whom I was sitting. Very honorable for me. I'm Gaurav Pilania. I work for a company called Mars Mobility, Hans Energy. It's a group of companies that we're working in. And at the same time, I'm responsible for part of the leadership team of MSME wing of CII Uttar Pradesh. And 2-3 days back, when I got a call from ma'am that the Technopark inauguration is happening for the phase 1, it was a matter of pride, as well as I feel that as MSMEs, as industry, we have a fear, I would say, of approaching academia for getting any kind of development activity being done. And having IIT in Kanpur, having a Technopark here with a visionary leadership coming up with a bigger infrastructure, we would be the biggest losers if we cannot make best use of the facilities in the Technopark environment here. The small presentation kind of highlighting how MSME specifically can take best advantages of being part of Technopark. So Kanpur, all of us know, has been Manchester of East, is a big industrial town, is one of the highest taxpayers, other than NCR in state of Uttar Pradesh. The huge population base, different industries from textile to FMCG to defense to rail manufacturing, a lot of activities happening across the spectrum. So when we look at Technopark, generally if you talk to an MSME, 99% MSMEs in Kanpur would not know about Technopark, and that's a responsibility which even the industry associations like CII should be more active in, and making it reach to the industry that this is Technopark, this is what it offers, and how, what benefits can be taken by the industry. Generally, there is certain, as I said, there's a fear that it's something more sci-fi, something more high-end technology, maybe not relevant to our small-scale industry, not relevant to what we are doing in a daily routine manufacturing. Talking of who all, which all industries. So in today's area, manufacturing and service, rather service is getting, having a bigger share of GDP than manufacturing. So both the sectors have equal opportunities in Technopark. To name the sectors as such, could be in the new age, it could be in the service sector, could be fintech, smart materials, medtech. We have a great example with us here already in the medtech, the deep technology which they're working on. Then, of course, in the media and entertainment, again, a part of the service industry model. In manufacturing, there are n number of companies within the vicinity of Kanpur Industrial Zone who are doing a lot of activities. In even a lot of large national companies have presence in Kanpur as a distribution manufacturing hub for this region. Defense is coming as a big sector in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, near Kanpur, there's a place called Sad, Maharajganj, almost 30 kilometers from the Kanpur airport, and they're coming with a huge defense corridor where Adani Defense has come with a huge facility. And once they're there, of course, a huge ancillary network would come. And in addition to that, already there are 5 DPSUs, 5 ordnance factories manufacturing within Kanpur. There is HAL in Kanpur. Already a lot of ecosystem for defense manufacturing is here. Textile manufacturing is happening. It was huge in the past, but still there at certain level in Kanpur. The services sectors, then of course the cross-cutting themes, IoT, AI, quantum science, all those things. There are a lot of activities happening within the industry in Kanpur, but at very isolated levels, wherein with participation at Technopark, it could be done in a more organized and constructive manner. Now the question comes, specific talking of MSMEs again, that when we talk of most of the presentations here, it's about Google's, Microsoft's, IBM's, there are hardly any, let's say, good number of case studies where MSMEs have participated and, been actively involved with technoparks and taken something good with them. So maybe it's a time that there could be a vision where MSMEs at a cluster level or industry level could be invited here. We could play an active role as CII to ensure that we have good visits here from MSMEs. They understand the processes here. They, take out their fears of, what stops them from participating here and could be more actively engaged. If we see what are the advantages which we could offer to the MSMEs, could of course primarily be starting from there's a state-of-art infrastructure within the IT fraternity, be it for testing, be it for prototyping, that could be utilized. Of course, then there is a huge collaboration opportunity in terms of great minds are here, in terms of scholars, in terms of professors whose guidance could be taken for development activities. And since Tech Park also offers a certain ecosystem where there are different companies or incubated companies who are working at global technology platforms. So when we are in that ecosystem, we tend to learn from them. We tend to get inspired from them. So even those opportunities could be taken use of. And then again, there is a continuous pool of resource wherein there's a lot of historical data which is available, which could help in quick development of activities. And when should, let's say, MSMEs look at participating in the tech park? How do we create that need for them, or when do they realize they have a need to be here? One is, of course, when they need to improve any of their existing products. Could be in the material science. Let's say even they're manufacturing a textile. If they have to reduce the weight of their material, if they have to increase the strength of their material. So for all those reasons, they could participate here. If, let's say, the world is getting more globally competitive and they're facing challenges from technologically superior companies, then they need to be here. when we were discussing of design, so maybe a good design, a good design product in sense of good to look at, good to use at, could be a manufacturer's nightmare. It may not have the right manufacturing ergonomics. So there could be situations where to make the product more manufacturing friendly, ensuring that the design worthiness still remains as a user point of view, could be done at the Technopark facility. Of course, for operational excellence, that wherein how to optimize each step of the process could be also be looked at here. And just to enumerate, since morning I'm sure that all the advantages have been discussed, but just to enumerate from the point of view of MSMEs, of course, we have access to the top talent. The world-class testing facilities are available here. There's a dedicated R&D focus, because as an MSME, if you have most of the R&D within your facility, you're kind of so busy with the operational challenges that the focus on R&D is missing. So if you create a separate setup with a focus on R&D, then definitely it will give faster and better results than having it within your own premise. And of course, having the guidance from experienced professors, mentorship and their expertise, networking opportunities with other companies who are part of the ecosystem here. Having experienced a facility called T-Hub in Hyderabad, where let's say EV is coming as a good ecosystem. So somebody who's making SFPS charger can interact with somebody who's making a power pack. Somebody who's doing a power pack could actually interact with who's doing a two-wheeler EV. So once you're in this such a system, you get to be in that ecosystem. Access to financial resources also. So let's say when you're talking of good branding, for sure IIT Kanpur, Technoparks give you branding. A lot of private equity investors, financial investors who are looking for ideas, looking for new products, looking for new good startups and companies, often scout at these prestigious institutions. And if you're at the right place, right time, even those funding support could be much easier being in the limelight rather than doing it in isolation at your own premise. Of course, in today's digital environment, you get to work in a way, because when such a visionary technopark is being created, it helps you understand the digital infrastructure in a better manner, which you could implement here as well as to your own industry or your own premise. Sir was just, Professor Kamath sir was just mentioning about how we could influence or direct the policies, because let's say if any new BIS standard is coming or any new standard is coming in the country, for sure academic institutions have a role to play. And if you are part of that game, and if you are working on certain development, that would actually be leading towards those standards formulation. Scaling up expertise, as discussed, that a good design may not always be a good manufacturing design. So scaling up, having a right design with the right manufacturing ergonomics is very important, which could be done with the help of the Technopark expertise here. And taking inspiration from the likes of Medtronics, from Avastiji and such companies who are already established in the Technoparks could be an added advantage for the MSMEs. So just to end that, there's a brand Technopark at IIT Kanpur, and especially the industries in Kanpur, MSMEs of Kanpur should take advantage of this. There should be a dedicated effort to ensure that we have good knowledge sharing with the industries here, that a facility exists, they can utilize it, they not be too scared about the cost, with the timelines, things are possible, things are, there is a certain, I would say, a more sensitive understanding in terms of the needs of MSMEs, in terms of the time scale of deliveries, on the cost involvement of these deliveries, and how they can be more actively participating in Technopark. And I'm sure if Technopark and MSMEs combined together, it could change the entire landscape of the infrastructure of industry in Kanpur. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, so request Dr. Nilesh now to say what he would think about what is it that will drive industries to Technopark? Is it our faculty, students, infrastructure, all of them? What?
So I think I'll probably stand up. Don't want to sit and face my back towards you. I think most of the points have been fairly comprehensively covered. What aspects are driving industry to technoparks in general, and even specifically about IIT Kanpur, right? What I feel is yes, Miss. Access to faculties, access to students, this talent pool in a single place, concentrated in a single place, right? And not just in one area. A lot of times what happens is some of the companies who are working on one particular problem, right? You may think that this can be one of the ways to solve it. You're looking for expertise in that area, and then some faculty who's working in that area. But as you progress in resolving that challenge, right? It turns out that that challenge is not just a single faceted, it is multifaceted. You need probably expertise not just from electrical engineering faculty, but you need expertise from material science, you need expertise from chemical, mechanical, and whatnot. Means all these different aspects have to come together. This is something that you are going to find in a university environment, rather than you hiring some engineer who has that one particular expertise in. That's 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 a very big advantage that you'll find. I know, for example, Avastiji, he's working on developing that electrochemical system. It's not just about electrochemistry. You need electrochemistry, you need to know electronics, you need to understand materials, you need to understand all these aspects, chemical, all of that has to come together to come up with a system like what he has developed. So that is one aspect that is going to be very helpful if you are setting up your centers at Technopark. Then another thing is talent development that we talked about, right? Just during lunchtime, Professor Singh and I were talking with someone. One discussion that came up was, for a place like Kanpur, there is going to be some level of resistance for people coming from outside. But then, lot of companies today, they want to hire students who are graduating from IIT Kanpur just because of their general level of talent or competitiveness that they bring to the table. Uh, you want to hire these people, right? And if you already have a center that is established here, you'll see these students. The students may already have, they may already know who you are because of your presence here on campus. So you get that branding not just outside IIT but even inside IIT towards a right talent pool. They can You can start hiring them as interns while they are right here. They can start working on certain projects in your facility where that can serve as a ramp up period, because this is something that I have seen even while working in industry, that this whenever an RCG, recent college grad, new college grads are hired, the ramp up period is very critical. Industry want a person to start being productive pretty much by yesterday, not even today, but pretty much by yesterday, right? So this ramp up is something that is certainly going to help. If you have presence here, you can train students, they are aware of what you are doing. Those who are interested, you already know these students can perform well, they're interested in what you're doing. So rather than going and interviewing someone for probably half an hour or 1 hour, you already have seen them for much longer period, and they can join you starting from here, where they can work in your location in techno parks, and then can get absorbed later. Then the students when they are working in your centers in techno park, right, they already know about all the facilities that are available on campus. So your collaboration can also work very seamlessly. You're bringing some outside engineer versus you already have students who have graduated from IITs or whatever the parent institution, right? They can immediately bring the level of support or level of uh, productivity that maybe some engineer coming from outside may not be able. These are some of the probably extra points that I wanted to add besides what all has been already been talked about.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So now next panelist, Manoj Avasthi, and you had covered some of the uh, things in your presentation, and so in order, I'm tempted to ask you something more uh, that I had not posed as a question to you because it has got covered here. But I saw something in your presentation, so that gives me a temptation. You see, in technoparks, when companies come, we say that they will interact with our faculty members for research, and so which means that there will be a new problems that they will come and bring it to the table every time if there is a research problem to be solved. But once you get going, then that no longer will remain a research problem further. You talked about Bangalore and IIT Kanpur, so something that is more engineered is done in Bangalore, and if it requires intervention. And so if you have a facility here and you have started something, but in order to continue having same level of interaction with IIT Kanpur ecosystem, okay, will it be that you have to have a set of your part of your job which will be focusing on 20% of your things should be more on the innovation side while you are while you're going to the pilot scale for the next one, because you are doing something very similar that I see. Apart from whatever I have asked, if you have some thoughts on this, maybe you would like to add to that, because it is a continuing thing. We say that you should have a good collaboration with IIT Kanpur ecosystem. So if you have done to the pilot scale, then you don't have the same requirement for the same product actually. So how do you, and you have already set up your things actually. So how do you see, even for a small example, there was something in it?
So perhaps, sir, as I told, like for a deep tech company who has developed some kind of technology, the company itself is built on top of some technology itself. It's not some normal product which is just made once and it's being sold all around. It's a deep tech product. Research and development is not the option; it's a necessity. So for a company like us, we have developed some very hardcore electrochemical instrumentation, and we know it's the one instrument is not enough to solve the problems around. There are multiple versions around it. So we already have a, say, next 5 years plan, and that involves a lot of research and development. So we do not only companies short-term and long-term planning, but also companies research and development, short-term planning and long-term planning. And that's how we already have our some projects. Say one project is going on, say, for 6 months. Another project is lined up that after this ends up. So that's how we find it very much important that the project, and this gives us a little bit freedom also, since we are having a research and development office in IIT Kanpur and our corporate office is in Bangalore. We don't mix it also. Sometimes when I'm here in IIT Kanpur, I'm meeting with professors, students, my mindset is totally into that, solving that crucial research problem. And when I'm in Bangalore, my mindset is totally towards the corporate activities. So this gives us a different kind of freedom itself.
So I think the floor is now open for discussion. If you have more questions, yeah, please go ahead.
I think he handed me because I spent 10 years in a CSR lab. So no, I think the key, I think it's a very good question. You're right that SIR, why have this industrial research, it was meant to bridge the gap between, it was meant in that middle TRL level. But what I have, my personal experience has been, I used to National Aerospace. The low TRLs is not there, or even if it is there, there is a, with CSIR labs now I see there's a bit of an existential issue. Where are we? Because you can imagine that even to be within that middle TRL level, you need the low TRL base, right? You need a low TRL foundation to build upon it. So I remember at one point NAL used to compete with IISc in terms of the papers published, in terms of meaning very good fundamental work was being done. But then they were criticized for not doing their industrial research, right? So I don't know. I mean, like they say, when it's a good question, I don't have the answer. So I've seen CSIR labs, sort of doing this pendulum thing between, high TRLs, low TRLs, high TRLs, low, because where do we, at some point, if you're in this gap, they say, okay, how much technology transfer have you done? How many patents have you generated which have been commercialized? On the other hand, if people do too much of basic research, why are you part of CSIR lab? We are not a university. Why are you? But so I think they have a different kind of a there. So I think if I were to hazard an answer, which I think is not practical, but if I were to do it, we have to find some mechanism of bringing in CSIR labs also into. And I think I look at Technopark as some kind of a CSIR lab in between, meaning not a lab. But I mean, it's a very good point. I mean, and in fact, even today, if you ask what are CSIR labs doing, and I think, and so we need to maybe have this tripartite thing, academia, CSIR labs, probably way to raise everything. Not, I mean, easier said than done.
To add. Yeah. I just wanted to tell you that in CSI, I mean, this is a government setup where you have industrial research, and you are right that CSIR mandate was to take academic research to industry. Actually, that's the gap that we are supposed to bridge actually. But as Professor Kamath has rightly pointed out, sometimes they have tried to become university and producing PhDs. I do not know whether that role was meant for them, and then vacillating. So you are doing high quality research and then going back there. But in a private sector, actually, we have some applied R&D centers, and how they interface with academia. I can give you some sense of that actually. So like, for example, there are two R&D centers that I know of. I was associated with one, Tata Research Development and Design Center, that was applied R&D, out and out applied R&D, in the sense that whenever we used to have a problem that industry has, and we used to go and tell our boss that I want to solve this problem, his first question was that, has somebody done work in academia on that or not? And if not, then you are not going to touch that. So that's the first thing, that if there is a paper, if there is a publication, if there is a patent, then you can start working on that. You are not going to the first person to look at that. That's the bottom line. Okay. And the second thing is that if you have an industrial problem of importance where industry is very much looking forward for that particular solution, and there is no bandwidth, or there is no knowledge with you, you go and collaborate. You have experts from academia brought into that particular thing, okay, so that they provide the expertise, and you are, while you are solving this problem actually. And with IIT Kanpur itself, we had Professor PC Kapoor and Professor Ahindra Ghosh. They were all consultants in that mode, while you are trying to solve a new problem where you don't have expertise, but you know how generally to solve the problem, but experts are there to help you out. So that's the mode in which the collaborations has worked in applied, and I think that that's the distinction that we have to make, that everything you cannot do, and applied R&D has its own science. I mean, that is not to be looked up down upon. That's a different class of problem, but then there is a separate boundary that you have to draw somewhere. I thought that CSIR should have done.
Just to add to his point, I mean, one of the things we did was, I think DST also has this imprint schemes and so on. So there are schemes where I myself had a project with NAL where they wanted, so we did the more theoretical academic work, they did the more applied kind of work. So that whatever I just said, collaboration is possible. There are schemes which encourage and incentivize those, and that's where I think academia and CSIR labs can come together and work together to bring it to a higher level.
Any other points? I just wanted to, for Gauravji, I just wanted to clarify on certain things actually. What on MSME, certain expectations that you have put forth here, and because we have eminent panelists here, what we thought, there was a big list of problems that you said about this. What we think about how MSMEs can pose or this technopark can be useful is that we understand that MSMEs do not have functioning R&D of their own. Okay, so that's the number one premise. And that there are MSMEs who are trying to do two kind of things actually. One is that import substitution, which means that you are taking certain products from outside and that particular thing can be made inside. The specifications are given, but because of your facility, you are not meeting those specifications. So how to meet those specifications? The second one is that if I have a facility, I would like to compete in the world market. That means whatever product is being made outside, can I make a product which can sell with the cost competitiveness, it can sell in the outside market. And so on those two parts, if we focus actually. And so Technopark is a facility, but Technopark does not have its own, to some extent it can support, but it does not have its own economic model actually. So how to make that particular model? So in that respect, because you are going to take it back, our presentation to CI, I would just like to add here that what we have in mind is that we have experts in IIT Kanpur, okay, in almost all domains. We can identify some of the areas. We have 7 verticals that Rima, he will share with you, that all 7 verticals around which we have compartmentalized our activities. Those are defense and space. Then we have healthcare, we have clean technology, deep technology, core engineering, and so on. We do not have much expertise in textile, must tell you, because Kanpur has textile, and you mentioned so many times. So we do not have so much on leather technology also. But others, like, you talked about defense, you talked about core manufacturing and so on, casting, automobile, EVs, all those things. So one can have a consortium built around industry specific things, and we can have short-term support that Technopark can provide is, that's the thing that we are discussing internally, is that we can have summer interns, okay, working on low-hanging fruits. Okay, low-hanging fruits means there are things that can be solved with some small intervention with faculty members as partner. Okay, so like pull together some small resources from MSMEs that can support 3 months of summer internship and some honorarium for faculty members to solve some of the low-hanging fruits for the MSME. That is one. Second is that governments have got certain schemes for MSMEs that we hear that MSMEs can be supported. So in that respect, if something that requires deeper research, I would say that then together with Technopark, you can write a proposal for which requires bigger intervention, like making a facility, etc., common facility that can be created in Technopark, and take it forward. So you will be as a MSME partner, and then we can go to government agency asking for a fund for setting up of a facility that can be utilized by all MSMEs put together, hosted in a place like Technopark. That's the kind of thing with a workable model. Otherwise, there is some confusion that I wanted to just.
So I definitely take back that with me, sir. And just to add here, maybe in discussion with Mithil ma'am, I could plan 30, 40 MSMEs to visit here, have a round, have a discussion with you and the designated faculties here to have a better understanding of how, what can be done best. And talking of the MSME definition also has been quite enlarged by the government in the last 2-3 years. So when I say MSME, anybody less than top line of 250 is designated MSME. So it's not that there would always be a dearth of funds for R&D. There would be funds, but as I said, the awareness is lacking, or there is a fear that how to best utilize that fund. So maybe with a more detailed interaction, we could take it up. As I mentioned in my presentation, the takeaways are many. I mean, we can definitely do it. Thank you, sir.
Just to add one small thing, what you are saying regarding engaging MSME with Technopark over here, there are very good models like the IDEX model from Ministry of Defense, and what they do, they come up with the challenges. Okay, of course the model can be little different, but the problems which the MSMEs are facing are the low-hanging fruits. If those problems can be put together and those problems are shared, and at the same time the MSME is confident that it can support financially the development aspects in that. So those things can be shared with the community in IIT Kanpur. And because in IIT Kanpur we have experts in all the areas, but at the same time not in all the areas also. So once we have that list of the problems and we identify, okay, this is a problem which I can solve, or the other faculty members can solve, then the interaction between MSME and the faculty member can be more fruitful. Yeah, many such.
I think should close it because we have a talk. Professor Karandikar is giving some talk in HPC symposium. So some of us would like to hear that talk. So thank you very much for participating in this symposium. So I think Viyashi, you would like to, have some present form.
So what a thoroughly captivating panel discussion it was. Thank you, esteemed panel members and Professor Singh, of course. I'm sure the audience will second me that the deliberations and the discussions we had today will enable us to chart a course towards a future defined by innovation and progress. So in the concluding remarks, I would like to say that in the grand symphony of technological advancement, the inauguration today teaches another thread of progress. As we bid adieu to this inauguration event, thank you everyone for joining us and making this event a grand success. Let's push the boundaries of innovation and shape a future full of prosperity as we start this journey from the inception to innovation. We look forward to working with you closely towards this collective vision and perseverance. We are delighted to announce that a sumptuous high tea awaits you, where you can indulge in delightful treats and engage in stimulating conversations. Thank you so much.